Yes, Workhorse, already in the house. Born to Die, 007. Boom, already in the house. The bomb. You know what? There's so much pressure on Workhorse's head. I feel I'm like such an empath. I can just feel it. All this pressure. Oh, there's so many amazing things going on. Okay, in the whole ecosystem. First of all, yesterday, Kristen Peter was absolutely just in the zone, phenomenal with Sergeant Filthy McNasty, baby. That, and he's doing all kinds of stuff, developing all kinds of stuff. He didn't even talk about this with us. It was, man, this is like, whoa, game-changing type tool. Okay, all kinds of developers doing all kinds of things. None more weight on his shoulders, okay, than Workhorse. So I'm loving, the developers are developing. The team, the AMA was phenomenal. We got Profession 10 level quest coming right around the corner, it sounds like. And we're going to have the power-ups, or at least like our first power-up coming right around the corner. All kinds of good things going. So let's, when we talk PvP, okay, that's what we've all been waiting for, primarily in PvE. Okay, those two things, which PvE, I was talking to Starbuck last night, and PvE I think is coming sooner than he thought, for sure. If you remember something Hubert said on my stream when we had Hubert on, is that, you know, I don't know, like he was thinking that's years away. I'm not so sure about that. Hey, yes, Starbuck in the house. Anybody, if anybody wants to jump in, let me know. So we got About Life podcast right now, having a baby with his girl, with his woman. All right. So, because otherwise he had a big giveaway with Starbuck or something going live tonight. We were on all chat and we blew up his chat, and he's on his way to the hospital. That's being rescheduled, I think, to tomorrow night, 8 p.m., maybe Eastern time, something like that. Okay. So Workhorse, let's be sure, okay, to give the guy some grace. He did say that 1/50th of PvP is what he's starting with. It's literally 1/50th, right? So we all have our hopes up, right, to the moon, and it's probably a little crazy to put these types of expectations on his shoulders. I believe this has the potential to be a top 30, even top 20, and even possibly a top 10 project in the long run. Okay, if the developers keep developing, they have to be encouraged. The developers, okay, it's good to give feedback, but when we give feedback to developers, you want to do it in such a way where their ears open, okay, not where their walls come up. So if you come at them and it's like real derogatory and stuff, okay, so just keep this in mind. Many developers end up folding, because put yourself in their shoes. They've got all these people coming at them all the time already. So, okay. So, of course, I'm stoked with PvP. Okay. But I have, it's just going to take them some time to develop a lights out, world breaking game, right? We can't just expect that. However, let me say this. Workhorse is so phenomenal. He can wear all the hats. He's funny, witty. He's well spoken. He's a super geek out nerd at the same time developer. He's a business guy. Okay, I'm so curious to pick this guy's brain, because from what I can tell, from everything I can see, let's say, what's the biggest gaming company in the world? Like Riot Games or whatever the other big games are. Okay. I think they might be better, especially for this project. Seriously. Like, if you told me, based off what I can see and what I know, if Riot Gaming was developing versus Wisdom Gaming developing, I almost feel like I'd rather have Wisdom Gaming. You can't have a better guy. I mean, he's so inundated in the ecosystem too. It's like he's family. He's part of the fam. And he's an amazingly gifted, high level guy out of this. He's like an anomaly. He's like a prodigy. So yeah, man. Oh, this is so awesome. In heaven. I mean, I've seen all these chats. You guys, I'm going to try and stay up. Haha. I love it. Yes. I know. Riot is the behemoth. I know. But Workhorse, my man, I'd rather have you. No kidding. Not to add to the pressure on your shoulders, though. You're going to get tons of grace. Is this the wrong account? Are you serious? Wrong account. No. It's on Crypto Grady account. Let me double check because I was trying to fix. I love you, Workhorse. Okay. Can everyone? Yeah, Crypto Grady. Yeah, I'm on the right account. I was trying to fix my Google, so I have a Grady Gamble account, and then I had what was called, like, I think I quoted a Bible verse or something account. I must decrease, he must increase, or something. And then underneath that was my Crypto Grady account, and so it throws stuff off all the time. Okay. In heaven was me. Oh, really? I got you. I see. Anyways, so I was just dealing with that. Okay. So I'm so blown away by Workhorse. I'm so blown away by guys. Also, it's just the community at large is such a phenomenal, high level, not just good hype, good vibes. It's way beyond that. The community has such a high level caliber of human beings. Like last night, I after the Mythic Squad video, I was on with the Mythic Squad last night, and so was Sergeant Filthy McNasty, who left our stream early to do his own stream with Christian Peter, who was just absolutely in. The man was in the zone. The guy, it's such a memorable video for me. It was so good, and he's developing a platform that was like the one that can like track your earnings and stuff, and it can like do 50 other things. So amazing, blown away by that stream. Sergeant, man, these guys are gems. Guys like Born to Die is a developer on a level that I've, just from what I can see and tell, on a whole nother level. Another one, Zellies with DFK Helper. There's DFK Quester, which is Born to Die 007. Right here, baby. Shout out to DFK Quester. Then you got DFK Helper, which their Discord link is below. That's the only thing. Like, I do get it. We all can get a referral code, I think, if we want, maybe. I think so. I'm not sure if that's for everyone or so. And so, I mean, if you want to help support, I guess that's a way. The more I've been manually questing but hey, Carlo with Waifu Bots, who's absolutely a genius. Okay. Also, Carlo we can download a basic bot for Clayton now. So, but then the team put out an update today. We can go back to 30 stamina on fishing and foraging. But all this manual questing and manually compounding gardens and this and that, all kinds of things happening. And then I manually level up all my legendary mythics, sages, dragoons, and dread knights. And just keeping up with all that is just like, man, I need to get with Helper. And auto and like selling my items or not selling my, like whatever I want to do with my items, like it'll auto create liquidity, all the different things it can do. And Zellies is like family. I met him, hung out with him, and we connected on such a deep level. In fact, he was maybe going to come on, but we were supposed to do it earlier, and I've just been busy. My head is a mess. Okay. So, man, the caliber of this community. I was on with Starbuck last night. So after we shut off the video, we talked at least for another 3 or 4 hours. That's 2 nights in a row. Because the night before that, I was on with the brown gent, who's also just phenomenal brains. So also Starbuck, if you're here, and Andrew, baby, I love this man right here, Andrew, baby. But Starbuck, you need to connect all the vision that so many different people have for the ecosystem of DeFi Kingdoms, and the community is phenomenal. You, Starbuck, need to connect with the brown jet. We need to connect because you guys have real similar visions going on. And you guys are big brains. A big issue that we face, okay, even now with this whole ecosystem going to Clayton, is user adoption. So part of the problem, like when I first came in, and I was a bit late, and when lots of people first came in and the coin had mooned, right? There was all kinds of tricks to the game that YouTubers knew, but they didn't share. They basically were exploiting new users, such as, like I never knew, I don't even know why, that we could sell like our milkweed in Swift Thistle and things like that in the marketplace when I first started, like for the first probably month. So I would go to the vendor and sell it for gold. Okay. Just all that's so in depth for your average Joe who has a 9-to-5 job and is married and has kids. He can maybe give, like, if he gave 7 hours a week, like that'll probably tap him out to the game. Like if he was really into the game, like he could maybe give 7-8 hours a week. So, okay. So how is it's so already so in depth, and we're still so new. We're at the early beginnings of the game. Okay. Imagine what we got, things like Fight Club too. Phenomenal. Konex, baby. Brad Pitt, Fight Club. All these different things. Like I could literally do 5 hours of streaming a day. No, easily 5 hours of content a day just to help beginners begin into the game for like 2 or 3 weeks. And then they would still be beginners. That's how, and then just imagine once Profession 10 level quests come, and then we're going to have green X, and then we're going to have PvE, PvP, then we're going to have whatever the hell else that they're developing. Okay, there's dark summoning, all the different, we'll have contests hopefully coming back. We're going to talk about that with Ben Friend, baby, hopefully soon. So getting that's one thing that's hard. Like we don't want to be bringing in a bunch of new people and then exploiting them in the game. So I need to buy so many foraging. Yeah, pets, baby. So I'm guessing. So we've already seen tiers pump like 20 or 50x or something. And it's not going to stop. Tiers are more deflationary. Who was it that pointed out last night? Like Be Easy or somebody. It was Aphex, baby. Aphex, Tad pointed out tiers are more deflationary than Jewel in this game. And it will be once we get the green eggs. Green eggs are coming. So if you go like I had like over 1,000 tiers, and I went to go hatch like 7 or 8, maybe it was 8 eggs. Okay. I ran out of tiers. And that was just 7 or 8 eggs just in that account. Just mowed through the tiers. And then I go to buy like 150 more or something just to do that last egg. And I think the 150 eggs or 100 egg or tiers, 150 tiers maybe. I think it was like 6 or 7 crystal. Like what? It's nuts. You guys, nuts. that's another thing. If tiers keep going up like they are, you might consider doing doing Gaia's Boon when hatching the eggs, but not right now. I did some Gaia's Boon though tonight, but I would say still Gaia's Grace the way to go. But I think there's going to be a huge, massive, monstrosity demand of pets coming when Profession 10 level quests, like the demand for pets is going to be huge when Profession 10 level quests start, which will drive up the value of Crystal. It'll drive up, although one interesting thing, I thought maybe Crystal had bottomed at around 10 cents, but we keep seeing it dump. Why? Well, I know this market's just crazy. I'm super shocked we didn't see Jade dump more yesterday. So, but look at this. Dang, it's already down to almost 9 cents flat. And why the hell is Jewel dumping? Nothing makes sense. So like Jade pumped yesterday after the emissions went down 25% in the pools, and there's more emissions happening of Jade from the pools, like percentage wise. And there's people probably saving up, not harvesting, waiting to claim that Jade and then selling. As soon as 4 o'clock hit, that's what I did. I'd waited about a day or so, except I did buy an awesome Gen Zero pair. Shout out to Three Wolves there. So I did sell some Jade even before. So it's so interesting. Now, one thing that happens now with the jeweler, with the new jeweler mechanics, is that every time somebody summons, every time someone hatches an egg, that's another thing I always forget to mention. And every time we level up, okay, 30% of those fees are sold into Jewel, which is bullish for Jewel. If there's lots of summoning and things, that's actually a potential way to cause Jewel to pump. And then that is put in the jeweler. That's how we get the interest in. And I think it's like, or maybe it's 15%. 15% of the summoning fees and 30% of the DEX fees go to the jeweler, something like that. So yes, Brown Gent and Mythic Squad need to collab for sure. But they did increase the burn rate of Crystal and Jade from what used to be 1% from things like summoning and things like that. Hatching eggs used to be 1% burn rate. Now it's 5%. So it's the tokenomics of Jade and Crystal are better than what Jewel, like quite a bit better actually than what Jewel used to be. So I'm still bullish on those two. But here's like with Crystal, there's just not much buying pressure. Now Duels came out. And I've only done one duel because it just doesn't, there is the white screen of death on my cell phone a lot when I try to duel and when I try to send heroes to another wallet, not bridging, but sending heroes to another wallet. When you tap on it, it zooms in and the keyboard comes up to type in the freaking address. Then it goes to the white screen of death almost instantly unless I zoom it right back out. And so, and if I try to duel on my phone, it just boom, white screen of death. So I can't ever even see what the hell's going on with the duels unless I'm on the computer here. But from everything so I want to do some duels because from everything I've heard, it's highly improved. It's like the matchmaking, Frisky is working as magic on that. That is really exciting. And so with duels popping in, with Profession 10 level quest coming real soon, ooh, yeah, Jewel just went below just barely. It's like at 20 cents, but slightly below 20 now. Interesting, man. Part of this also is just the overall macro market is dumping, Bitcoin's dumping. All this Binance FUD, I can almost, I don't, what percentage would I put on it? It's almost for sure BS, all of it. Binance is not the ones attacking anyone. They weren't the ones attacking FTX at all. They did the opposite. And he's a servant to the space, CZ. And he, like when he says all your assets are backed 1-to-1 and even more than 1-to-1, you can almost take it to the bank because he's only ever done what's right. And everything he always ever does is the best. Guys that are the snakes are all the people fighting Binance. So if you want to figure out who's a snake, look at who's fighting Binance. There's some other agenda behind that big time, like Kevin O'Leary and those guys. Weird, super weird that you would continue to back, like semi kind of back Sam Bankman-Fried. So weird. So like, does he not realize he's ruining his reputation and his name? You would think that he would get that, but or he knows he's in deep SHIT because he did something real shady and he's got some other agenda. Like the media goes after CZ. They didn't go after Sam Bankman-Fried. So the media totally was wearing soft gloves with Sam Bankman-Fried, but they go after CZ. This has been Binance's history. Okay. This has been since the dawn of Binance. It just blows my mind that it never stops. So literally since the dawn of Binance, this has been going on nonstop, all the time. The governments go against him. The governments subpoena him. He had like 20 lawsuits with 20 different governments around the world at one point, like all at once. And all he ever does is just make it happen, work his magic, be the best, be the cheapest fees, the best trading platform, the best everything. Everything about him's the best. He's a total servant to the space. Go heal. I need to heal myself. I know. I'm a mess. Dare O evil, baby. Lucky duck. I absolutely love you guys. So I think this too shall pass with Binance. So we're seeing a dump. I thought it was going to dump down to like 12 grand back when all that Solana was about to get unlocked. Instead, the markets were shorted, short leverage, heavy leverage, short liquidations artificially pumped the market, and then it stayed up. Because obviously the market is dumped down already real hard from its tops, from the peaks. And so where's the bottom? Maybe we hit it, maybe we did it. It's kind of looking like right now. Let's take a quick peek at Bitcoin. I meant to do that before I started the stream. Okay. $16.6. Okay. So the bottom before was like 15.6 when all that Solana stuff happened. But we also still have quite a lot of tokens from Alameda research that'll probably get dumped on the market. Okay. I would just hold your tears, Eric. You almost don't. You could create liquidity with anything. I mean, right now, I'm so bullish on Jewel right now because people are going to be buying up the Jewel. So I'm like selling all my Jade I possibly can into Jewel. And because for the Gen Zero giveaway coming up on January 21st is when that's coming. So Gen Zero giveaway snapshot is coming for the S Jewel holders January 21st. But on January 7th, we have summoning until January 7th. Okay, so that is also going to help keep the price of Jade from dumping too hard. What made zero sense to me at all whatsoever was that yesterday it actually pumped after the new epoch or whatever. Okay. So I actually meant I just didn't have time. I was going to get out of all my Jade pools, but I still haven't, and I'm glad I didn't. And I was just going to put all that in Jewel and maybe go to Jewel USDC pools, and then get out of the Jewel USDC pool and put some Jewel in the different jewelers on different accounts from my different wallets. It is a monster, man, trying to play this game, fighting against the bots. I about blow. I mean, it's so inefficient. That's why DFK helper. So that's the next thing. It's going to talk about Zellies. Zellies is family. So awesome. And he's coming on the show. Maybe he'll come on tomorrow, whenever we can cross paths. I should have got him on earlier. Okay. And DFK helper just offers so much. It's just the kind of the initial setup and getting everything squared away that takes some time. But once you do that, I think we'll be real glad. Or if you want to go the Toyota Corolla route instead of a Cadillac route, I think the waifu bots are pretty phenomenal. Don't know what's going on. I got to get Carlo on. I got to just bulldoze, get him in a headlock and just make him come on because he needs to. He doesn't even have to show his face. He just needs to come on and talk. Okay. Oh, did I say January? Yes. December 21st, not January 21st. Thank you. Anytime I say stuff wrong, just tell me. So sorry, Darrow Evil. Yes, it's December 21st, not January 21st, when the S Jewel snapshot is. And I think it's like 11:59 p.m., like right before midnight on the 21st of December, not January. And then January 7th is when the snapshot of the 75 Gen Zeros that will be given away for the summoning in Cerndale 2.0. There's not a ton of summoning happening. So I've been summoning a little bit more and renting. Kind of depends on my matches that I can find, different things like that. I'm super bullish on Gen Zeros. Also, and finding the right pairs. So anyone of y'all out there, I need to get with Ben Friend. I need to get with Ogre. Okay, so Ogre coming on Thursday. And every single Thursday, Ogre and I are going to do what Climb and Ogre used to do every week. Every Thursday before Mythic Squad goes, probably in the earlier evening, okay, before them. That's going to become on a regular, baby. And I know Ogre's got some Gen Zeros. I know Ben Friend's got some Gen Zeros. I want to buy and sell my Gen Zeros and have all my Gen Zeros have good pairings. So I'm kind of on a hunt for that. So it's hard to sell, but so I bought just a phenomenal Gen Zero pair. Okay, so I'm super pumped about Ogre coming on a regular basis every single Thursday. The Brown Gent and Starbuck, Mythic Squad, all their vision they have. I mean, they're serious about creating platforms for new users coming in the game. We need to have a good platform where new people can come in. Okay, wife has Zellies in lockdown tonight. All right, baby. Love that guy. I can't wait to get Workhorse on the stream at some point. Life's crazy, life's busy, lots of pressure on him, and everybody's, inviting him on to their stream. So his head's, I'm sure, is spinning. I'm also really excited to get Born to Die 007 and connect with him on the stream. That's coming. Zellies with DFK Helper. And Zellies 1, I'm going to go ahead and summon this Gen Zero, actually. My Gen Zero pair, and I'll show you guys what I got. Okay, and this is the one he picked. And I got it the day he won the day it was his turn to pick. And for the raffle for Fight Club, baby, because he was the second to get drawn, he picked mine. Okay. So coming to the portal, let's see, I need to change accounts. All right. I love this music. Shout out to Sam. I don't give Sam near enough love. I'll tell you what. Yeah. So from what I've heard, the dueling is phenomenal. Ghost Panda, baby. How are you, man? Oh boy, Ogre plus Grady. Positivity. Yeah, I love it. I love it, man. Jade eggs. Interesting, Zabu. Jade eggs, huh? Again, anyone that wants to come on the stream, let me know. I was kind of wanting to shout out even the team if Bolin was around or something. Love to get him on because I want to connect with him since Miami. I've been meaning to so bad. Maybe I'll shoot him a message. So I'm gonna summon Zellies. Okay, but I'm gonna have to buy now that I'm just gonna have to buy the Jade. I'll do that real quick. So the debate moving to helper, I know that's what I'm probably eventually gonna be doing, like at least somewhat utilizing helper. Because my life that'll also be awesome. Helper will be great for selling the Gen Zeros because it'll just auto quest, then take and then put them in the tavern when it's when the stamina is refreshing. Okay. Yeah, price impact because lack of liquidity. And I wish I could be the liquidity king again because I just used to provide so much liquidity for the whole ecosystem, and that was just fun doing. I would definitely provide if I was not going broke, I would have just tons of liquidity going. Like helper can it can auto create liquidity on all the items that you quest for you. It can auto compound your gardens for you, things like that. Okay, let's get some Jade and summon this bad boy. I've been mostly I did have a couple heroes rent out today. I was surprised. But I've just pretty much been dumping my Jade instantly into Jewel. Right? Because surely it's gonna, it might stay up because until the summoning event ends. But man, okay. So this is gonna be officially Zelly's hero. All right, baby. Let me show you this beast of a pair. I was so pumped. So I kind of reluctantly did this trade with 3 wolves. Okay. He actually did it for Benfriend. So okay. So I had a knight that was a legendary knight. It was the first legendary Gen Zero I ever bought, but it didn't match with my warrior very well at all. So it wasn't like, I really needed it. And I've always just wanted to pair up my Gen Zeros better. So to do a trade, well, he had a berserker, a rare berserker forager. And so he was obviously going to sweeten the deal, and man, did he ever sweeten the deal. So we did that trade, legendary knight gardener that was like level 11 maybe, with all kinds of crystals, like even a greater attunement crystal, jack stats. And then he had like a level 4, I think he's still level 4. This level 4 berserker. Okay, and I'm going to zoom in for you guys. I'll zoom this in. Dang it. I want to copy the number. Brain, work. Hello. Guys, what is wrong? Okay, there we go. So I got this berserker. So then he also threw in an uncommon Dread Knight with a greater crystal used. He threw in a mythic Dark Knight, Gen 1 Fisher with 5 summons. 5 out of 5, baby, Gen 1. He threw in a legendary warrior with an advanced ability. And he threw in 1,000 crystal. So I came out like a champ. Well, then I just so happened to check what was out there just to see if a good pair. And it just so happened that the floor Gen 0 hero and the only seer in the tavern, period, was this guy. And it just so happened that the pair, that's the right one, right? Yeah. Wait. Okay, yeah, they're both Crystalvale. They lowered, yeah. So if you guys remember on the tiers 3 or 4 months ago, like it's probably 4 months ago now, Hubert announced that he was reducing the amount of tier drop rates on Crystalvale. Like when all the questing went live and stuff, that's when he announced it's 1/5 the drop rate for tiers. So I immediately came on the stream and like made a big deal about that. And I bought 100,000 tiers and it was like worth nothing. It was like nothing to buy that. Okay. And I was telling everybody we're going to see tiers pump. So then months went by. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So months went by and nothing much happened with tiers. Well, I ended up hatching so many eggs. But it was only like 150 eggs maybe. And I summoned those 300 heroes. I did like 300 summons in 5 days and I finally got my transcendent ability that I was trying to get and use stones every time, which all that requires tiers. And I probably sold some just because I was like, what's the deal? Tiers aren't pumping. So I kind of like gave up on it. Well, then after the fact, it pumps. It's probably up 50x or more since then. It's like, damn it. Okay. So check this beaut out. Look at that, baby. So this was the floor seer. It was 20. It was like, I want to say it was like $2,300 in the tavern. And it was like by a decent, kind of somewhat substantial amount, the cheapest Gen 0. And it just happened to have active 1, 2, and passive 1 aligning. So that's what I wanted to do, was line that up. Then on top of that, he hasn't been re-rolled yet. So he's not like a pure, the other thing I look for, of course, with Gen 0s is you want to get these recessives hitting. Over here, the Berserker is re-rolled, but not the Seer. So, okay. So I still have a chance, right, for the subclass and stuff. I can re-roll them, get all the rewards too for re-rolling, which is pretty substantial. Okay, and also, I'll probably go ahead and re-roll the visuals, even though these two do line up, just for the extra rewards. And then on top of that, we've got like these advanced abilities. Look at that, that's pushing 18%. This is over 16%. So You know, that was nice. That's such a good pair. So this is Zelly's pair. And, you know, I should have him on doing this, but I've already waited like 2 days. I don't want to keep waiting. I want to be summoning these guys. So I'm going to find him what I think is the best stone. And he's just going to have to deal with it, baby. Infinite war in the house. Only invest in bloaters. Smart man, baby. That's my style. Be mindlessly irresponsible with your money and buy you up some ragweed, some bloaters, some frost bloaters. That's what I'm talking about, baby, right there. Okay. So we got luck. So the other thing too, all right, as I was considering this berserker, and I was like, man, foraging berserkers, seers, shapeshifters, and bards. I think the bard is a good forager, right? Is the bard a good forager? Yeah, the bard is the only good forager. And it's not his best. His best is a fisher. So it was like foraging, you know, in my mind at the time was like not the best, you know, profession for the Gen Zeros in that tree. Any of those. Legionnaires, I guess if you had a, yeah. So that was kind of my mindset. But then you realize, look at the spell bow. Getting a foraging spell bow is on a whole different level of any other hero with a profession in the entire game. So all of a sudden it hit me like, oh man, foraging Gen Zeros that are berserkers, sages, legionnaires, and brain scholars, just like all of a sudden went way up in my mind. And it just so happened, so that's what caused me to think of all this, is that I also bought the seer that I bought is a forager. They're both foragers. So I'll be making bard foraging babies to get those spellbow foragers. Yeah, but yes, that's right. They're not off. It's not like a Dark Knight being a fisher. You know, you got the thief is an awesome fisher, and then that's like I remember being so pumped. I got my mythic Gen Zero fishing thief, but it's like, well, damn. The Dark Knight's not a good fisher, but at least the Dragoon and of course the Dread Knight's good at everything. But that's like wacky how that is. At least it's not like that, because the shapeshifter is still an okay forager. They're all still decent foragers. It's not like they're god awful foragers or something like that. Okay. All right. So we got intelligence. Do we want to line up the subclass or the profession? We could go with intelligence or luck. I guess we could also go with dex, but that's a lesser chance for the stone to line up with the blue stat. That's what we want to do here. Luck, you know, you kind of can't go wrong. Like a vitality stone, you can never go wrong. I feel like, hey, Workhorse, if you're still in the house, I feel like luck is one of those stats that is kind of like vitality that's good for everybody. Obviously, luck is going to be best for a ninja or a thief, you know, but I feel like luck is going to be good for everybody. What do you guys think? But if we're going for a forager, intelligence, I guess we could have a pre-subclass possibly, unlikely, or even a seer. Yeah, thieves and monks though. What do you guys think? What should I do? Yeah, I was surprised to hear how overpriced right now scholars are and stuff. I was like, man, maybe I should see. I was wanting to just get some scholars and legionnaires. Okay, do int. Come on, Workhorse. Where are you at, baby? Should I do intelligence? All right, I'm going to do intelligence. I'm listening to you, Starbuck. We're going with Starbuck, baby. Yeah, he's got to get him up to level 5, man. Maybe I'll stampot him up. Okay. And I've been stampotting the seer so I can get it re-rolled a little bit. And my other seer, actually, I've got a mythic seer gardener. All right, here we go. There's lots more things to talk about. We got PvP to talk. So one thing, when Bolin, watch luck hit. I know. It's okay. At least he's a forager in this case. So that for sure hits regardless. Come on. My computer, when I'm streaming, maybe I should shut off my bots. What do you guys think there? You're killing me. I'm going to shut off my bots. I don't know what it is. My computer like lagged. So the brown gent was hooking me up with, I need to get some RAM on this thing. All right. Close all this stuff out. All right, here we go. Now we can summon, baby. Yeah, I can add RAM to my iMac. That's right. And the brown gent like told me exactly what he got, like what to get. And he sent me the link to buy it. I love it. All right, baby. So, okay, there's so much more to talk about. The AMA that Workhorse did was phenomenal, you know, with Bolin and Hubert, baby. And the AMA yesterday was awesome. So, man, it's just like, and I hope Frisky Fox is taking a break. The man needs a break. Yeah, 48 gig of RAM and it's still not enough. Really? That's because Born to Die, nobody is up to your level. You make James Bond jealous with your mad skills on that keyboard, baby. There's nobody like him. I love it. Oomfrink. How do you pronounce that name? I love you guys. Hey, that's okay. Always listen to these damn things at least 1.5x speed. That way you can catch up, listen to all of it. I love it. Okay. So what I want to try and get, though, I'm going to come and harass some staff, some of the DFK, some of the team, and get their ass on the stream, baby. Dang it, Zellies. Okay, hopefully we got at least one or two advanced abilities. Dang it. So foraging did hit, luck hit. There you go, Starbuck. I have like not summoned anything good much at all. I like my very first or second summon. I think it's probably my second summon in Serendale 2.0. I did get a legendary warrior, but ever since that, it's just been commons and uncommons galore. I wonder how many summons I've done just with my Gen Zeros only. And I even try to rent those out. It's not like I'm trying to do a ton of summoning right now with Jade being where it is, but goodness gracious. All right, let's take a look at what we got. So I like this. They added in, so between these two heroes, you can click Descendants. Now with Gen Zeros, it's kind of a pain, so you got to scroll, but it's always at the bottom. So this Zerk, baby. Come on, give Zelly something good here. You better not have rugged this. Oh, gosh, we did get one. We got Exhaust. I can't wait to get all this alpha with these abilities. So Workhorse, if you're still out there, hopefully, you know, so the biggest challenge, one of the biggest challenges, I should say, that Workhorse is dealing with right now is that he's wanting to not have whales be able to come in and buy up all the best heroes in the game and just dominate. So he's wanting your basic class heroes to still be very competitive, right, in the game, in PvP. And so And it's the same with these abilities. Same exact thing. Same thing with these abilities. He's wanting these to, he still wants the basic abilities to be good. And that, right? It makes perfect sense. Like I do too, right? Even as a whale, like a hero whale, which I'm probably definitely well over 1,400 heroes now, I think. So, does Oomfrink have, okay, think about making my first video tomorrow. Hey, baby, what? Oomfrink, you want to come on? Come on right now if you want. Message me on Discord and I'll send you a link. We can talk about it, baby. Let's talk about it. Come on. Come on, baby. Let's do this. Okay. So the biggest challenge that Workhorse, one of the biggest challenges is that but yes, you want your basic heroes to be good compared, to like a Dread Knight, but it's so hard to get a Dread Knight, man. It's so freaking difficult to summon that Dread Knight. It can literally take people years if you don't have a ton of money. So the chances of even getting advanced class and then elite class is just so difficult. And then especially getting a Dread Knight. I mean, it took forever. And then to get a Dread Knight that's like mythic or legendary is just impossible, it feels like. And then to get a mythic Dread Knight with a transcendent or elite ability, like holy smokes. So you got to have a Dread Knight still be much more badass than a basic hero. You just have to. But you don't want it to be so much more overwhelming where they just dominate overbearing in an overbearing way. But you have to still have them be OP. Same with the abilities. It's really important. I mean, just given the chances to get a transcendent, there's not very many transcendents in the game. Have we even hit 100 transcendents yet? Does anybody know? Starbuck maybe knows. Talking about Dread Knights, I have a legendary Sage with one summon. If anybody's interested to buy, let me know. All right, baby. Okay, let me see if I got a message. Nobody messaged. Eric, baby. Eric, if you're still in, see it. Message me on this. I'm so bad at keeping up with my messages, guys. Okay. Frank, get your ace on here, baby. You don't even have to show your face. You can just do audio. Okay. So it is going to be important. I'm going to message this to Zellies. Yeah, I think it's fine. All right. Live on stream. Okay. All right. So it's just a lot. One thing, if Workhorse, if you're in the house, so, and I kind of mentioned this to Bolin. I probably should have a talk to Bolin about this too. If you lead the project, and I'm purely speaking from a messaging marketing standpoint, which is not, it's their biggest weakness, DeFi Kingdoms. Okay. If you do it in the right way, you can collaborate with the community about what you're working on. And that way, this stuff can be battle tested instead of setting yourself up, okay, to just launch a product before you get all the feedback. Now, I'm sure you'll be doing some alpha and beta testing, with people in the community, I'm sure, before it's like officially launched. But even collaborating about what this stuff is going to do ahead of time, instead of being so worried about officially announcing what this is going to be. Okay. And then, oops, you were delayed, or oops, you had to make a change. Okay. Instead of going about it that way. And so because of that, and all the bitchers start bitching when there's delays and things change, right? It's just like, here we go. I knew it was going to happen when Serendale 2.0, it was delayed. Here we go. Let the bitching begin. It was like, here we go. When the day before they announced that, I said on my channel, expect delays. It's life. It's crypto. Give them grace, love on the team, encourage them. I'm expecting a delay, or for everything not to just work perfectly like we were all expecting. Mr. Boombaska. Okay. So, you know what? It just hit me. Whoever won that hero, the turtle meme lover, did somebody reached out to me and said they knew him or something? I still need to get that. What's his name? I keep wanting to say Zelf, but it's not Zelf. It's Link's hero that he gave away. I need to find turtle meme lover. Okay. So I think it would be smart if there's a way you can go about talking with the community about what you're thinking in an unofficial, collaborative way, instead of keeping everything under wraps in fear that you can't make it official, you can't announce it yet because you might change. You're still thinking it over. Instead of going with that approach, because of all the backlash you get when changes and delays happen. Well, here's what happened, Zelf. Someone responded saying, I think someone messaged me saying they know Turtle Meme Lover or something like, or maybe they said what his name is in game. Okay. Haha. Yeah, that's true. He hasn't been in the stream. Yeah. You know what? That's probably what I'll do. Be easy is give it away again. Do another spin, and unless he hits me up soon. Okay. So if the team presented what they're thinking about doing, instead of just launching it, like when they launched Dark Summoning, they just launched it, right? Some people bitched about this, okay, to the team. Is that I think if they could have somehow, and maybe they just couldn't have figured out a way how to reward people who used stones and crystals somehow. And even if it's just a bone you're thrown for every dark summon, even if it was just a bone being thrown, then it would have continued to incentivize people to use more stones. And that's the main thing, is stones even more than crystals, but crystals for sure too. Because they didn't do that, I think it's just absolutely obliterated the value of items, except tiers. When we look at the value of items, because it's so the stone carver was so pivotal to the value of the items. I mean, so pivotal. And I don't think people realize, I don't know if the team realizes how much I think that very thing seriously hurt the market. Like we have seen gold dump. It's dumped so hard, man. Where's it at? Okay. It did kind of come back up. That's good. It was at point, I think it even went below for a minute, 0.0002. So also, I think we probably could have sat and collaborated. Okay, like if I could have sat with Hubert before the dark summoning was launched and talked through with the rarity on the dark summoning, okay, the biggest benefit in the dark summoning is the guaranteed rarity. So, but if someone wants to summon like an uncommon with the mythic, you still only get a rare. So you never want to do that. But if they could have created a way to where that's still true, even with that true, but 50% of that carryover percentage could have been allotted to the legendary, right? So instead of having these crazy chances, let me show you an example. Okay. Let's hit on and let's do like 11111, you know, what's that? 111. And I'm going to select dark summoning. And whatever, all. Yeah, and then I can't do gen zeros. So min generation is 1. Okay. One thing they could have done with the dark summoning too that I think could have been very significant. And I'll just select, okay, what is. So we got, this is a common paired with a rare. So it's a rare. Dang it. Or like, okay, a legendary. Let's find a legendary. A rare, like you never want to dark summon a rare with a legendary. Well, why create this? So one thing that would have mitigated this, when you look at the summoning chances, okay, man, is this not updated? I guess not. I would have to go show you. We'd have to go look at it on their page in dark summoning. In fact, let's just do it. This is important enough. If anybody happens to watch this, any of the devs, Hubert, even Workhorse, like any of you guys, let's come to DFK chain and let's take a look at this dark summoning spot, the dark summoner. I think this would have been somewhat significant. Just also this. So these two things with dark summoning. Okay. Let's do the seer and let's find a rare, I guess. I just want to show you the chances. Okay. So the chances here, I'm thinking out loud for a second. I'm thinking, so legendary, so mythic is 3.3. What they could have done here is allotted some of this rarity here. So basically all of the previously on the birthday event, for example, out of this 89%, we come back. Okay. I think this is just always how it is. So Neindorf, I'll give Neindorf a shout out to see if he can actually add the dark summoning chances. But basically what happens here is that 100% of the common chances just goes to rare. 100% of the uncommon chances just goes to rare. And so all of it goes to rare. Instead of splitting this out, if I'm summoning with a legendary and a rare, if they would have allotted a large percentage of the drop down rarity to legendary in this scenario, it would have drastically helped, I think, the overall ecosystem. There would have been a lot more dark summons. Some people said, who was it? Not Stronghold, but Bliss, thought it should be free. I don't know about totally free. And so what are we up to on dark summons? I love the dark summoning still. I'm still super pumped that they did this and that it's there. Like, it's still awesome. But they shouldn't have to have such a drastic difference. Like, it puts you at such a disadvantage when you're not rounding down versus rounding down on rarity. It's such a massive difference. Such a massive difference that they could have still kept it the same, but allotted more rarity to the legendary side. A lot more. Like maybe even 50% of the common and uncommon, 50% of that combined chances could have gone to the legendary and 50% to the rare instead of 100% just going to the rare. It's like, okay, we've had 30,000 deaths. So those two things, if we could have collaborated with the team ahead of time, about it some more, we could have pointed these things out, because by essentially, especially during the dark summoning event, we essentially disincentivized, like the dark summoning works against the entire game mechanics. Like the entire ecosystem of the game, it works against it by not somehow figuring out a way to reward for stones. Okay, let's catch up. Yes, Skiller, tons of heroes still stuck on Harmony. Tons, like mind-blowing. Even Gen Zeros and stuff that people just left the game, I guess, and gave up. I think there should be a way to guarantee one or more mutations. Well, but see, that's a problem. I think I disagree with this statement, Eduardo, because you have to keep the summoning chances the same. Because otherwise, all the people that spent so much money trying to get those transcendent abilities, if you make it really easy to get those, then the market will get flooded with heroes with transcendent abilities, and all the people that previously had the transcendent abilities and the Dread Knights and stuff, all the people that had those, the value of those came down already as it is, even because now we have more Dread Knights in the ecosystem. So Starbuck and I because I was kind of expecting more guaranteed stuff, like for mutations as well. But then when I hashed it out with Starbuck, it was like, you know what, you're right. That wouldn't be good for the ecosystem. What was crazy was in a recent AMA, like last week's AMA, Hubert even alluded to possibly nerfing dark summoning. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's just an awful, terrible idea to dark summon 98% of the time. It's just like you're going to get destroyed. Most people got destroyed at dark summoning. Now some I did hear, hit awesome, but only like one or two people that I can think of actually messaged me and said they would, they did awesome in dark summoning. I did have, I think, my first ever mutation. I got a mythic summoner. That was pretty awesome. But I only did 30 dark summons. I would have done 1,000 dark summons or more. I would have done 1,200 dark summons. I was so many of us were just holding all of these Gen 1 10 out of 10 heroes, anticipating the dark summoning for months. And then it was like, oh, it doesn't make sense to burn these heroes. It just, and so, but Hubert on a macro, Hubert's looking at the macro scale. And this is one thing I wanted really bad. I was hoping to talk with Hubert on, but we ran out of time so fast, the time warp. We're already at an hour and 11 minutes. Like, I blinked. I just started the stream in my mind. But Hubert's looking at, from a macro perspective, there's way more like mythic and legendary Dread Knights now in the game because of dark summoning. And that's true. But from a micro standpoint, like there was one guy that did 8 Dread Knight dark summons, and then with a mythic common or a mythic basic hero, and never hit a Dread Knight on any of the 8. There was one guy that did that. So he burned 8 Dread Knights and 8 mythics and didn't hit. Can you imagine? Didn't even hit one. Like, his chances of that happening, somebody did the math. I think it's like less than 2 or less than 1% to hit 0 Dread Knights. Okay, from a balancing perspective, they can't have the economy inundated with enormous amounts of Legos and mythics. Right. But you're putting yourself, okay, when you dark summon, it's such a massive advantage to not round down on rarity. Massive advantage. So to carry over those chances, they're already carrying over the chances on all those situations anyways. You're carrying over the rarity already. So why not carry over the rarity when you have to round down? That was one thing that really should have been hashed out, in a meeting ahead of time, I think. So those are the two main things. With dark summoning, we could have potentially had 150,000 dark summons, I think, possibly, or more, 200,000. That would incentivize people to burn heroes that have summons still left. And yeah, so the debate, Eduardo, with I do in one sense agree with you. Like, it would have been nice had they increased the chances for the abilities or something like that, and for the advanced class and elite class and stuff, but I know it would have just inundated the market, flooded the market with too many. Right. That's true. Be easy. It did make, but I mean, I don't have a legendary or mythic Dread Knight, that's for sure. I still want one, and they're still mega expensive. Let's look at the floor of those again. I looked at a couple months ago, or I mean, about a month ago, probably. And I would have almost bought one in the past, but it would be not a smart move. Like, I also want to buy that mythic dragoon that Mosh got, but my main focus right now, if I'm going to buy anything, is Gen 0 pairs, and then I'll try to sell my current Gen 0s that aren't paired well and get others that are paired well. So a Dread Knight, As far as rewarding the stones, okay, that alone, I think would have been a massive difference. There's only 3 for sale. They did come down. You can still level them up. Okay. Golly. I mean, they're still pretty freaking rare. This is a deal. That's a deal, man. But let me guess. Well, you watch. He didn't use a freaking stone. I bet. Hey, he did use a stone. Thief Dreddy. Ooh, that's a deal. I might finally get me a Lego Dreddy here. Gardner. Yeah, he used a regular stone on it too. A Dread Knight Thief, huh? Let's take a peek here. Actually, I'm going to leave that there because that's Zelly's. I need to catch. I don't want to fall too far behind on the chat. Dang it. Nope. He's whoa. We're up over 100,000 now in Crystalvale, baby. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 now. Interesting. Okay. All basics, dang it. And he's 0 out of 0. Yeah, summons. Still, I'm interested. I'm going to think that real long and hard. I'm going to think about that. Who owns it? Lambo Knight. There's so many people in the game that I don't know who the heck they are. It's like Summonor. Okay. Yeah, the holders would lose value on their heroes. Yeah, if the benefit was too great. That was the big balancing act. Big brain Hubert. But I would say, in general, I still love the dark summoning. I think it was good. I do think I guess I would call it like an underwhelming but moderate success. I would say, though, most people looked at it as a bust. It was a pretty hard bust, like for me personally. I really was anticipating it. I had been saving up my heroes. You know, I was pumped to like reduce my hero size down to something way more manageable. And a lot of people were stacking those 10 out of 10 Gen 1s. And it was basically a bust, I have to say it. Even though I'm still not 100% bust by any stretch. And so to hear Hubert say that maybe he'll have to nerf it, like, dang, man. Like, I don't even hardly ever consider dark summoning unless, like, I love what Sergeant Filthy McNasty did last night on the Mythic Squad. That was awesome. Like, there's definitely good times to dark summon. So it's still an awesome tool. Like, it's cool. It's still a nice thing. But it's like the engineering, like the whole foundation of it kind of works against the ecosystem of the game. And so it wasn't smart. It's just not smart to do much dark summoning. And yeah, if they could have figured out how to reward like Perilous Journey badges to pass that on maybe or something. Just little things like that. Just tweaking it a little bit. That's all I'm talking about. So my tweak between the legendary and rare, okay, that tweak that I just mentioned, it doesn't It doesn't give any additional chances that when you're not rounding down doesn't already give. Okay, so when you look at, like, for example, instead of summoning a legendary and a rare, if you summon a legendary and a legendary, you got 100% chance for a legendary because all of it carries over. There's no rounding down in that scenario. Okay, so, or if I summon a legendary and an uncommon, those chances are already 100% carried over. Okay, but if you summon a rare and a legendary, nothing carries over. Like you're of the losing out of the rarity, nothing. So that's a no-brainer that some of that should have carried it, like a good, probably 50%, but at least like 30% of that rarity should have carried to legendary still on the rare legendary, instead of all of it just going to rare in that scenario. Whereas if you summon a rare with a mythic, it's a 100% chance for a legendary. It all 100% carries over. So there should have been at least some kind of mechanism there. That's a no-brainer to me. That's like without question, that should have been done. There should have been some additional rarity on a round down handed over to the next rarity up. Without question. And I guess Hubert said he wasn't sure if it was even possible. Like the data wasn't on the NFTs where stones had been used and crystals, but they are now. So that's good. Just throwing a bone and then still incentivizing people to use stones would have been a very drastic difference in the game. Okay, as far as the dark summoning, and I mean on the level of tens of thousands of dark summons and tens of thousands, and so tens of millions of gold being burned, tens of thousands of items being burned out of existence from the stones. Nice. You got 3 dreads out of 5 attempts. So Be Easy, maybe you were one of them. I think Be Easy was one of the guys that like home run on the dark summon. So I love it. Just about everybody. And I think there's maybe 1 or 2 others that were like dark summoning. They did awesome. I can give you dozens of people, like 2 or 3 dozen people tell me they just got rugged and wrecked on the dark summoning. It was just like a disaster. I was happy to dark summon away my disappointing sage and goon level ups. I guess I'm lucky to end up with better sages and goons. Okay, there you go, Jakamach. Zabu. Really trying not to dark summon until we know more about PvP, but I get the degen itch. Yeah. Right? Yes. Hey, Christian, you should start over. I was really shouting you out early on on the stream, baby. Okay. Nice. Be Easy. I love it. Skiller. All right, man. Listen to this, baby. Okay. That makes all the other Gen 0 hero more rare. Yeah, Mr. Boombaska Lime. I'm going to go hard on Dark Summon and build for PvP. In the meantime, I want more bodies finding tears and eggs. Yeah. Man. Yeah, definitely the best thing about the Dark Summoning is the rarity guarantee. So it does really make sense to summon. The thing is with all my Dread Knights, even I do have a Dread Knight, recessive 1 Dread Knight with 0 summons left. That's really the one to summon with a mythic. basic hero, but I've used I've used greater attunement crystal. I used like greater crystals even potentially, and greater, I think like most of them have good stones used. So that's the hard part, man. I spent a lot on some of those crystals and stones and things, I think. Okay. Yeah, so I think it might evolve, right? The good thing is we have a better way to do things we can voice on the talk site. Yep. So talk.defykingdoms.com, no one is nearly involved in that enough. Like even some of the people that are like in this game 24/7, they're not using that, including myself. I'm like hardly ever on talk.defykingdoms.com. We need to do it more. Land, yes. Can't wait for that to be implemented. And like, I think the PvE is coming sooner than we realize. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point, Chris. But in the scenario of a legendary, so when you summon a legendary with a rare versus a rare with a rare, your chances of getting a legendary are very similar. Let's look at that. Let's look at that. So we saw what it was when you summon a legendary with a rare. And then when you summon a rare with a rare, you almost have the same chances to get a legendary. Like what? That's my point. So just summon a rare with a rare and you have the same chance of getting a legendary as if you summon a legendary with a rare. Does that make sense? So 6.4% versus like 7.1. You get an extra point. So you're telling me that an extra 0.7 and less than a 1% extra chance to get a legendary if you're burning a legendary already. You're telling me that makes sense? No, it doesn't. It's like that's out of whack, right? So that's imbalance. It's an imbalance, 100%, without question. It's an imbalance, no question about it. Never burn a legendary with a rare. No questions asked. Like, unless you really have something you need to do in that summon, you're burning a legendary hero. I've just done over the past several weeks, I've done probably 100 summons over the past several weeks. Okay. And I've gotten one legendary. One. Right. So to summon, just to burn a legendary, and all you're getting rewarded for that is 0.7% chance to get a legendary again, to get another legendary that you're already burning, versus just summoning two rares together. You pretty much have the same chances to get the damn legendary and mythic too. It's like, that part is absolutely broken without question. So it's like a hard and fast rule with me. Never, ever, 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 ever summon a rare with a legendary or a legendary with a mythic. Ever. Makes zero sense. But they could have made it to where it does make a little sense, and you're not rugging the crap out of people that would actually want to do that. Right? That's all. That's the point I'm making. Sorry, I get a little. I wish I could use my locked Jade to buy a Gen Zero. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, land needs to stay on everybody's radar, baby. I love it. Okay, I love watching other people's dark summons too. I think it's fun. Okay. Very enjoyable indeed. In Brazil, we say pepper in another's eyes is refreshment. That's a terrible statement. That's the opposite of how it should be. Okay. Looks hard to tell, but there's 500 or so Gen Zeros still on Harmony. Goodness gracious, really? Eric's here? Golly. Lambo Knight is a whale. Who are these guys? They need to get on the show. Let's talk. Like, why did they stay all secretive? Okay. That's one thing, especially when newcomers are coming in the game, that I'll be pretty vicious about are all the OGs being all secretive and not giving alpha to the new people trying to come in and play. But instead, what they do, what happens and what happened before is they're exploiting the new people coming in the game. They don't want the alpha to drop. They don't want everyone to be on a level playing field so they can make more money and basically exploit them. Rug them. Okay. So I'll be calling out people that are doing that pretty hard during the bull run when this game goes to the moon, baby. Okay. Yeah. So PvP is balanced across classes. I don't believe Dread Knights will be, 500x better. Right. Well, there'll be a balancing, but Dread Knights will definitely still be better, without question. I would say. They have to do that. But are Dreadies overpriced? Maybe, but not when you consider how hard and difficult they are to get. Okay. Hey, Sarge. What's up, baby? Captain Crystal. Baby, I love you guys. Be easy. I actually record some. Oh, nice. Yeah, be easy. Be easy's all over Twitter, man. I love it. Mosh, dark summoning that mythic. So this was my only point that I was trying to make with the rarity. Like, you can't tell me that's not broken. Having a 0.7% added chance to get a legendary when you summon a legendary with a rare versus a rare with a rare, it's broken. So, the only thing it tells you is never summon a legendary with a rare, but they could have mitigated that to where, okay, you can summon a legendary with a rare. It made it worth it. That's my only point. Yeah, Mosh, once in a lifetime, Dragoon, Starbuck, I know. So I make fun of this all the time. I'm a YouTuber who's broke, sitting in my house, who lost all his money in crypto. So yeah, I'm not a financial advisor. So you know that every time someone says never financial advice, you're actually giving they're the ones that actually are giving financial advice, but they say not financial advice. It's just, I'm too much, I guess, of like a purist. You're just lying. If I said not financial advice, I'd be lying. Technically, by the tech, and everyone that says it on YouTube, they're all lying. You're just lying. But it shouldn't be taken that I'm a financial advisor that can give you legal advice. It's like, because I'm a broke guy sitting in his house who's going to run out of money in 3 or 4 months or 5 months or 6 months. Okay. I know, that's why I want to find out if Dark Summon heroes will have a different status in PvP. And the answer is no. No. Be easy. We already found that out. So As far as they know right now, the dark summoning badge has no benefit, but it's possible down the road there could be something that gives it benefit. But with Perilous Journey, we're going to have the land tournaments, baby. But maybe, who knows? Maybe they could do a land tournament with the dark summon heroes. That would be cool. Dark summoning is how you got a transcendent archer. Damn. That's nuts, man. Damn. So you did 2 elites together, or did you do like a transcendent? Did you burn a transcendent hero, or did you just burn 2 elites? Like, you're burning 2 elites with a 7% chance to hit. I'll never hit that. I'll just tell you right now. I could do 30 of those and not hit. That would be most likely what would happen. That's just like how the brown gent said, he just isn't blessed with the mosh odds. Like, some people got that and some people don't. I don't. And neither does brown gent. Okay. I dark summon basic heroes with elite abilities, with advanced elite heroes, with basics, and go double ninja elite. Man. Skiller. How the hell y'all doing this? I mean, I've got 1,400 heroes, and I would probably burn hundreds of them before I got something like that. I don't kill my heroes, says Captain Crystal. But how will they be treated in the future? I mean, they have a badge, just like PJ Heroes. That's right. Seems like they could have, yeah. They could have something. So they actually answered this, like Bolin did, I think, maybe even on my stream, talking about, and he said, as of now, there's no plans to do anything with the dark summon badges, but he said it doesn't mean it won't happen. So it's still possible. Yay, awesome. You hope not what? Because you have a lot. So, Skiller, so you did well with dark summoning? No way, Umar. Umar has like the ultimate keeper wife of all time. I won't go into details about that, but Umar's got himself a keeper. We'll just say that. We hung out in Florida. He's awesome. Captain Crystal. Handpicked for farming, baby. Yeah. Mike Brown, baby. I love this. What rarity? Is it a forager? We want to know more, Umar. We want to know more. I still haven't gotten a bard yet. I haven't done hardly any summons, though, with my Legionnaire. Yeah. I love this, man. Umar, you got a forager bard. That's awesome. Dude. 5889. We're looking at this baby. I'm assuming. Yeah. Oh, shoot. And I'm going to go back. Whoa! It's a legendary spellbow. What the heck? Look at this beast. Umar. Your wife, I'll tell you what. Man. Wow. Let's see. And it's got an advanced ability. It's got 2 advanced abilities. Whoa. Whoa. Baby. That's a month. Man, I don't. Wait, I think yesterday did Starbucks say there's now a mythic spellbow? Maybe the first one came about yesterday. This is a double advanced ability. Freaking legendary spellbow forager with 3 out of 3 summons. Holy freaking smokes, you guys. Monster. Look at Crystal just dumping. What the heck? There's just not enough demand for it right now. the demand is here to win that Gen Zero. But at some point, man, if Jade does pump up some more somehow, ooh, the dumping will come at some point. Okay. Wow. Is it worth to buy miners or just whatever floor? I would say if you're buying it just for the sole purpose of mining, 70% of the questing outcome is from the mining stat, and you know that it's a miner. You want it to be a miner and quest them mining, even if it's a wizard, you know, or whatever. And you're fine. I would say if it's only to, because now it will become like, you know, like a Dread Knight or a Paladin or a Legionnaire, baby, that's an awesome miner, but not a Spellbow is the worst. Like that's his worst profession is mining. So that made me a little less excited about the Legionnaire being such a monster miner too. Like just below the Paladin is the Legionnaire, barely. One little step down. So once those guys level up their stat to 21 mining and they have jacked strength and endurance stats, they will have a substantially better questing outcome, you know, at level 20, level 30. That's true. But still, with that being said, 70% of that questing outcome is just that mining stat. Wow. Yes, we looked it up. How far behind am I? Jeez. I'm the time warp, you guys. What in the heck, man? Umar. Dude, Umar, if there's a time to sell it, it's now. Because I love you, Captain Crystal. Captain Crystal, what's the deal with Crystal? We thought it bottomed at around 10 cents, man. Yeah. I say, right. So Zabu's like Mr. Potato Head here. He's always getting potatoes, but hey, not always, because Zabu won a freaking pure. He won a pure, I think even a pure Legionnaire. Gen Zero with 4 Dark Summon tickets. So I've still had, you know, good RNG because I just have done it so much. But in general, I've got bad RNG. Same in poker too. It's like I've definitely had my good RNG days in poker, but generally speaking, I won because I outplay people, not because of luck. Almost ever. But people beat me because of luck all the damn time. It's just like, okay. I can't tell you. I mean, I played tens of thousands of poker hands, hundreds of thousands even. And it's like I'm cursed, always thinking I'm cursed. But it's really just RNG, man. I'm OG, but had to do the great reset. Yeah, divorce, sold all. Yeah, that's different. That's okay. Eric's here. I'm going to have to do that. I mean, I'm already selling off my items here recently. I'm going to have to be selling my heroes and all that. Umar. Yes, sell the Spellbow. I would, because you'll be able to rebuy it in a month or two. Like, what's the freaking floor? You can't even hardly. They're not even available for freaking sale. Here, I'll come actually to search both. To search both realms. Goodness gracious, I'm so zoomed in. Okay. like we're gonna check all the pricing of spell bows right now here for you, Umar. Okay, because even like legionnaires and scholars are way overpriced. I was like, whoa. I was like, should I sell? Oh, all are for sale. Yeah, dark summoning. So the heroes will show up with 0 summons. So we're looking at spell bows. I'm gonna have to zoom out a little bit. I'll give you an idea here. What? There's not one for sale? Oh, that's subclass. Jeez. I'm an idiot. None. Spellbow. Brisman. Dude, love you. Okay, so we do have some spellbows. Let's look at the value of these bad boys. Okay, I'm gonna find a legendary. Okay, here's the myth. Here's a mythic, 7,000. Wow, actually, that's pretty cheap. A mythic spellbow for 7,000. Dang. I'm trying to think. That's Jade now. And then a legendary for 69.50. Let's compare that to Sages and Dragoons now. Okay. All right. So like here's a legendary Sage, $25.99 in crystal. Okay, that's in crystal. The spellbow being sold in jade, and that's got 2 active abilities, advanced abilities. Legendary Dragoon, 960 jade. Okay, so once there's more spellbows out there, Umar, you can just buy it back. Buy something back. Now, there might be hard to find with double advanced. So I would sell it high. I would sell it for more than what they're going, even what that was going for with the double advanced. Yeah, baby. Umar. Yeah, Umar, can I send my Bard and Shapeshifter over? I love it. Nice, yes. Worm, Sir Worm. Brisman. Man. I want to catch that knife. That's right, Sarge. Sarge got rugged last night. Dang it, dark summoning, right? Unfortunately, I'm leaving DFK. RNG has tipped me in all areas. Summoning, leveling, duels. Good luck, guys. No, you're not. Stop it. RNG always gets me, man. Same with Brown Gent. We're both not lucky guys. And I don't even try to be super lucky. Like, it's just not going to happen. But we're still going to make money in the game. Don't get out at the bottom. Okay. Not financial advice, though. The dumbest, stupidest statement on YouTube. is not financial advice. Okay. Love you, be easy. J Dub. Brisman. I love you. Yeah, so that's basically like with the brown gent, he just buys the heroes he wants when the market's down. From people selling when they probably shouldn't, because they're getting out at the wrong time. Like right now would be that time, especially right now when it's all about to come. Like the floodgates are about to explode, guys. Profession 10 level questing's coming, explosion. We got PvP coming, explosion. Hey, Raph, baby. It's starting to get late. I love you, Mosh. Just making sure no one messaged me. Carlo just minted 5 more waifu NFTs, baby. That means there's the demand. Okay. Raph with Adventures in DFK in the house. Okay, start over, Raph. 1.5 XP. That's what I'd say. I'm wrapping up here. Born to die. Yeah, 10K Jade. At least, I would say. At least. Umar. Yeah, we're so early. AP, baby. We're so early in the game that yeah, Skiller, post that on DGen Dungeon. So I'm excited to venture into Duels more. I'm excited to collab some more with the Brown Gent and Mythic Squad and Adventures in DFK and all the things we can do for the newcomers coming into the game to help them, because it's so much to learn. It's like drinking through a fire hose for weeks and weeks, right? So how can we bridge that gap? It's going to be tough. We need to simplify that as much as possible, creating easy ways to onboard. Yeah, all these are mythics down here. Yeah, this is, I think this Dragoon, or wait, this one here, that's Mosh's, baby. It's a minor too. Dang. Dragoon, Summoner, Elite, 1, Advance 4, Monster. Mosh, baby. So this Dragoon is for sale. I want it. I would love to buy it. All right, guys. Anything else? I'm looking at my notes. I know, I do too. But it just wouldn't be smart for me to do that. That's it though, right there. 35,000 crystal, baby. And crystal's down. Crystal's dumped hard. What's going on with crystal? It's 8.88 cents right now. Captain, are you wanting to buy it for 30,000 crystal? I take my firstborn children. I know it, man. Beeve, the Beeve is in the house too, baby. Seriously? A 1 of 1 uncommon dread? I'm gonna have to look that up. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look. This is why you got to pay the fee You got to pay the fee and help out Neindorf. The man was just hacked. We got to love on the devs. But hey, so if you watch Christian Peter last night on Sergeant Filthy McNasty, and when that he kind of shared what Dreamer told me specifically to keep it, to not share. But like seeing the Tavern, DFK Tavern or whatever, that website, leave the game was like, no, because he shared it on that stream, so it's out there. What they're working on. So they're still trying to figure it out. And Christian said this too, is that influencers, developers of the game, you know, different third-party developers will be able to stake, hopefully, this is not for sure, but hopefully, maybe, I should say, they're working on trying to figure out, okay, how we could allot some of our C Jewel and S Jewel to different developers, okay, or different influencers or projects, to where that's still your C Jewel. You get that C Jewel whenever it comes unlocked. It's yours. That jewel is still yours, but the rewards will go to the influencer. And so that's what Christian talked about with Sergeant. He's got this bomb, awesome new thing that he's working on. Okay. And that is just so, I never could have even thought of that. It's like so genius. You're not even giving up your jewel, but you're helping the people in the ecosystem. That is big brains. I'm so stoked about that. Yeah, Brisman, where the heck did you go? Where are you at? Don't do that to us. All the crypto's down, that's right. Avalanche is down. Yeah, DOT, man. Chris, if you rewind a little bit, yeah, we talked about that some. I'm not sure about DOT. I've never been sure about DOT. I've always been a fan of the technology, but not, something was a little off with that project. But I've always been somewhat bullish on it. But now, you know, it's too late to dump now. Probably. But it's, unless it's not too late if the project dies. I don't think it'll just die, but, oh, the dread is long gone. Okay. Yeah. Tag, like, share, comment, baby. It does help a lot. I was trying to get, somebody said he's going to go live tomorrow. Oh, yeah, I need a text. Okay. Brisman. Zabu, Coin Wizard on Discord. I'm going to hit you up. If you're being serious and you're leaving the game now, if you need the money, okay, you can start selling off heroes and stuff. Nothing wrong with that, but don't just completely exit out 100% at the bottom. You know, that's right now, questing value, the value of questing has gone up because of tiers. And when green eggs hit, holy smokes, tiers, I'm holding as much as I can right now. Okay. You're saying I got me some, oh yeah. Dude, that was the alpha that I've referred to in the past. After coming back from Miami, I talked about alpha that Dreamer asked me not to share, or asked, like, I wasn't with Christian at the time. I think I was with like Mosh and Beeve, like maybe Sir Jewel Staker, or maybe he was with Zellies or something. He talked about how they're working on what Christian Peter talked about in Sergeant's stream last night. That was just absolutely a phenomenal stream. Christian Peter was just in the zone the whole time. I mean, he just crushed it, except one thing Christian Peter said that I pretty vehemently disagree with. There's one thing he mentioned at the end. Okay, without question, we want Jewel to be listed on centralized exchange, like the major exchanges like Coinbase and Binance. Without question. Now, without question, we don't want Jewel involved in any leverage trading. So that was like, thank God. So they talked yesterday in the AMA about they're still working, and they've been talking about this for months, still working on getting Jewel listed on exchanges. And but we don't, I'm so anti-leverage trading. It's the reason why Bitcoin is not a hedge against inflation, but it's considered a risk on asset, is because of leverage trading and shorting. It's the only reason why. Otherwise, we would have had probably $1 million Bitcoin by now. It would be a store of value. It would be looked at as gold. So Dreamer specifically said, we're looking to be listed on exchanges, but only on the exchanges where it's not going to be involved in any type of derivatives or leverage trading. Can't have it. It's disastrous. So that's awesome. Grady, meet someone who watches all your streams, and he hopped into our Discord server. We will be building some monsters soon enough. I love it. Educate and win together. Yeah, somebody was in there saying they were new to the game, and I was so busy at the time. I was going to go back to it and hit them up, but I forgot. But who is it, Beef? Santa Claus rally is canceled for all markets. Maybe not. I don't know. It always does the opposite. Today, everyone's saying it could go way lower. It could. That's always like, it does the opposite what everyone's saying. So it is like, unless we want the project to continue to be unknown, and unless we want the project to like not get adopted, and unless we want the project to, in the market cap of Jewel to stay around $20 million, or no, right now the market cap of Jewel, where is it? It's probably at like 17 million right now. Let's look this up. DeFi, which is ridiculous. Okay. It's a micro cap. Okay. It's at 22 million. Okay. Any coin, what the lowest market cap coin on Coinbase, I can almost guarantee is going to be substantially higher. And all those shit coins on there that they've added. Okay. Versus, so if we want this project to not get on the map and go big, okay, then don't list it on an exchange. That mindset, man, is killing me. You guys. Oh, Infinite War? Really? I love it. You're on the channel all the time, baby. Love you, man. So you're new to the game. Hey, we want to help this process. So my number one advice right now, if someone's coming in right now, new to the game, I would say take your time. Don't ape in. You can maybe go into the pools, but with everything else, like I took a month and thought that was good, but I still didn't have a clue like about abilities. And so watch these videos and get trained. All these videos that we do about the chances for abilities to hit and different things is the alpha. And then buy heroes slowly, watch the market, do your research. If you're new to the game, hopefully we're going to develop as a community good training and onboarding methods to bring more people into the game. So Really? Cap? 12 million? Because right here it says market cap. Oh, you know what? You might be right, because this probably does. Yeah. This doesn't have the right tokenomics updated yet. Yeah, this still has a max supply of a half billion instead of 125 million. So this is, so goodness gracious. Yeah, $12 million market cap, guys. Jewel. It's a micro cap coin. That makes no sense. So it wouldn't take too much. I'm not even bullshitting you to get this to $1 billion market cap. When you compare this project, okay, let's look at the freaking market cap. At least like a $500 million market cap. Like, we're not far off it as far as what we have, the quality behind the devs compared to even a Polkadot. Okay, Polkadot, that's like not, it's kind of failing. Okay, it's like it's not apples to apples comparison, but you know, Polkadot's a 1.1, almost a $1.2 billion market cap, and it's not really working yet, right? Versus like, now they did create demand in their token, more demand than a Cosmos, I would say that, but this narrative with Cosmos needs to die. I'm so sick of hearing it. The narrative of you don't need the Cosmos coin narrative couldn't be more false. Like, absolute. There's more use case for Cosmos coin than for even Polygon coin. Why do we need Polygon coin? Like, apply the same argument to Polygon or to Solana. Why do we need Polygon? For the gas fees. That's really it. What else do we need Polygon for? Okay, right. It's a governance token and blah, blah, blah. Like they all of them. Okay. It's a governance token and gas fees. Well, how is that any different from Cosmos? Except Cosmos has about 50 other use cases on top of that. Okay, it's like, but this narrative just continues. It just, like, I watch all the crypto shows. They all keep saying the same damn thing. Driving me nuts. Not exactly new, right? I thought I've seen you for a while, Infinite War. Okay, 30 heroes and a bit of Jewel. Yep. Now, I would say definitely a good time to start dollar cost averaging into some Jewel, man, for sure. Goodness gracious. A $12 million market cap is lunacy. That's insane. Okay, Hubert said, in a game patch will be implemented soon for tainted heroes. Nice. This is way overdue. That's right. And will help new players a ton. Yeah, that's another, like, there's so many little things like the tainted ability heroes. New players might not know that. And if someone's not going to be real clear about that and exploit new people, that's what was happening with YouTubers in this game a year ago. Not cool. But guys like Brown Gent weren't doing that. Guys like Claim Crypto was not doing that. Guys like Ogre, guys like Tosh, those guys weren't doing that. Those guys were good guys. It's guys that left the ecosystem that were doing that kind of thing. They fudded. They were rugging the new ignorant players in the game. They were screwing them over, and then they screwed over the project and left. It's like, it's good they're gone. That's one good thing. Yes, that's right, Mr. Boombasta. The Sergeant Filthy McNasty pointed, this was huge. Sergeant Filthy McNasty pointed this out and compared it to Axie Infinity. Let's find Axie. Okay, but I'm a fan of Axie because the team is legit. I believe in the team. So I tend to follow people that I believe in. Okay. Now, but people can fail. Axie Infinity. Okay, it's 50th, and its market cap is like over 100 million. Yeah, 114 million. So this does have 3 years head start, at least 3-year head start on the DeFi Kingdoms team. Maybe what, 3.5 years head start. Okay, and they do have combat developed out, but it's very rinky-dink compared combat system. There's not a whole lot else to it. It's like, I feel like DeFi Kingdoms has already surpassed it. Okay, but it's literally 1/10, less than 1/10 of the freaking market cap. That makes 0 sense. Well, why is that? Okay, because it's listed on centralized exchanges. It's on the radar for people. You know, they do have more history, but Axie Infinity not only blew up, okay, when Combat came out, but it also blew up because it was on centralized exchanges where people could buy it and learn about the game. Like, that's how it got on the map. Yeah. The Binance Smart Chain and the original Binance Chain are both Cosmos based, SDK. I think Grady will blast off into space when DFK announces Cosmos will be the next expansion. Yeah, man, I just believe in their core values and the team and everything else. It's battle tested and it's always perfect. It's had no problems hardly. Have you ever heard of Cosmos going down or a problem with the chain? Like, we've heard that with Rune, which is a Cosmos coin. That is a Cosmos SDK chain. But my understanding had nothing really to do with Cosmos. That was like on the Rune developer side, and they fixed it. So, Gala, man. But I think Gala's legit. But it's like, okay, let's look up the market cap of Gala, because DFK chain can do the same thing that Gala can do. Oh, it's 160. Interesting. Wait a second. Okay. Was I looking at the right? Okay, it's 154 million. Hang on. Okay. The market cap of Axie Infinity, guys, I'm sorry. I was looking at the circulating supply. The market cap, 760 million. DFK market cap, 12 million. Make sense of that for me. It's got to be listed on the centralized exchanges. Like, people who don't want to play the game and spend 80 hours a day like we do, like us crazy degens, but they can still buy Jewel, right? Like, maybe they want to be a part of the growth of the game by buying the token, just like we want to with anything else. What's wrong with that? Why would anyone ever say not to put it on a freaking exchange like Coinbase and Binance unless leverage trading? 100% agree. So that's exactly what Dreamer said. That was the only thing I disagreed. And Rock has said that too. So Rock and I have gotten into that before, and Christian and I we could debate that one out. He's still family. He's fam, baby. It's all good. That's the awesome thing about this ecosystem. Even with Brown Gent and I, every once in a while, Brown Gent and I kind of butt heads on little things, because we're both so OCD about things. BNB would be a great chain. They've already said that it won't work because there's not really a way to scale the fees. It's such a monster chain. Now, if BNB, it would not surprise me in the least, because it's CZ and he's the best at everything he does, and he'll probably scale it better and figure out a way. Would not surprise me in the least. If eventually Binance fee, like, we could put DFK on the chain and do our transactions, for around what we're doing it right now on Clayton. Because Clayton did that. Clayton's fees used to be much higher. You guys didn't know that. Clayton used to have fees more similar, like with how Binance used to have fees, and they still do, like on a lot of their basic transactions. Like if I'm sending you money, like sending you crypto to your wallet or something from my MetaMask wallet, that transaction fee is like 8 cents. Okay, Clayton used to be something like that. So it would not surprise me if he's already been working on it for 2 years and he's going to upgrade the Binance Smart Chain and make it just the most phenomenal thing ever. Like just you watch. That's what he does. It's just, that's his MO. Everything he does is awesome. Okay, so Chris, this makes me cringe. They need a marketing budget plan to reach new people. They need a charismatic leader of their project. They need a what they do have is at least they communicate. Okay, they do their weekly AMAs, and they're up at least in the world of crypto, they're way above average in their messaging and communicating. Okay, but it's still their number one weakness by far. So just that alone would have helped mitigate 98% of the ecosystem leaving. But they don't see that. They don't get that on such a level to where I couldn't believe it when Bolin mentioned like they might go to 2 AMA, like every other AMAs every other week. I was like, they literally need to do 5 hours of AMAs for 5 days in a row. There's so much info that we need. There's so many questions that I guess I could ask. I guess I could just go to the AMA talk.defkingdoms.com. I need to just utilize that more. There's so many questions I have. Like I could have created a spreadsheet of questions for Hubert and for Frisky, but I knew I had 1 hour. And so we could talk about so many different things for hours upon hours upon hours. And the ecosystem, I frequently hear and have heard so many times over the last several months that they feel like their questions aren't properly answered. They're still foggy. It's not very clear. There's so many things to talk about and questions. There's so many little questions that I have. Like I could go on and 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 on. Okay. And so there's so many people that have so many questions still. Now, it's just that hardly anybody utilizes talk.defkingdoms.com. And I guess we could now. Like I was holding off with a lot of my questions because a lot of them were around like the bridge hack happened, and I didn't want to bother them with all these stupid questions. But there is so much alpha that needs. So they did say like that would not be a good move. They need to be doing daily videos like Rock does. You know, they need to basically have Rock, okay, like a Rock type guy doing that every single exactly what Rock does, or hopefully will continue to do. I hope he hasn't fizzled out. We need to love on Rock. I was wondering if hopefully he's just like on a vacation or taking a break. Maybe I was hoping he didn't get discouraged or something. Okay. They just don't get it that they need to be messaging and marketing on such a level, Chris, that if they did spend money on marketing, it would probably not be done right, and it would make me cringe and waste money, and I'll be like, oh, be killing me. It would probably not be the right use of their funds. Now, maybe it would be. So on a high level type, so Dreamer is good on a professional corporate level. like making partnerships with Clayton, things like that, like being the head speaker, you know, on the main stage. He's perfect. Like he doesn't need to change a thing about him. But when it comes to answering like crucial questions on an AMA when the sky is falling, it's like his biggest weak. It's a terrible weakness, and it's a terrible blind spot that he's just going to have to come to see that on his own. I don't know if I can ever get him to see it, and to see such a desperate need to message better and do more AMAs. It's like they just don't get that. They don't get it. So just that alone would have made a massive difference in the market cap. That's why we're at a $12 million market cap. So literally in their mind, they say, well, we're in a bear market, you know, all the market's down. Yeah, we are in a bear market, and Axie is down, also way down, but they're at 760 million still. DFK is at 12 million. Why do you think that is? And it's going to take a long time before they're going to really see the need for these things. That's what I realized in Miami. But they don't need to change a thing. They can just keep doing what they're doing. But if they plugged in the right guy via, I've always seen myself as that guy, which is why I started the channel in the first place. I could just plug and play, and it would just, it's the difference of $100-200 million market cap. That simple. In my mind, that's in my mind. You might disagree, and you might be right. And I could go on about that for hours. Yeah. So one good thing though about the ecosystem, like I think some days there's actually only like 1,000 daily active users on some days. I think other days it's like 1,500. Okay. Which is like, holy smokes. There used to be like tens of thousands, even closer to 100,000. So all those people left simply because of the messaging in the AMAs. Like that freaking simple. And they weren't giving Frisky the benefit of the doubt, which I did. And just see that it's crypto's weakness. They're all of these projects. It's the same thing. And it's except DeFi Kingdoms actually better than most of the other projects at messaging and marketing. Straight up. Because at least they do their weekly AMAs and communicate their best. They do their best and message. Okay, but they just don't get that from a higher business guy level. And they think like engineers do, and it comes off sleazy and like shady car dealer salesman guys. And that's just because they don't get even sales. Because sleazy, slick back hair car dealer guys aren't good sales guys. That means they're not a good sales guy. So the car sales guys that annoy you because they're sleazy car dealer sales guys, they're not good sales guys. they would be in my business and in my world a very, very, very low level sales guys. They're just, they go after it and they make it work. Okay, they can still make it work just fine, but that's not what you should project as a good sales guy. But that's how they think, right? Because they just don't get marketing and messaging. So when they go to marketing and messaging, they think like a dev and, okay, let's do advertisements or whatever they're going to do. And it'll be like disaster. It'll just be, it won't be effective, most likely, unless if it's on a really like high corporate level type thing, that is where Dreamer is phenomenal. And he's just like perfect as he is. I'm not saying he needs to really change a thing. He doesn't, even the way he answered his AMA questions, he doesn't need to change a thing. It's like how he thinks. He thinks like a lawyer or like a doctor, okay, mitigating risk and like all super logical and technical, okay? But so, but I'm just saying, that's why I'm just saying, It's the best kept secret in crypto. Why is it the best kept secret? It's a secret, and it's the best kept secret in crypto. Why is that? So I was like trying to help Dreamer see that. And then he was like trying to tell me how I should be messaging, like even at the event and stuff. It was just cracked me up. And that's just, so he's just going to have to see it himself. Whereas Frisky was always way more open to that. Like he kind of gets it, but even Frisky, you know, he just can't possibly get it. He can't. It's like not his strength. It's not his gift. That's why we need each other, right? We need each other to thrive. And if we don't have that, if we don't have a team and cohesion and that recognizes their own strengths and weaknesses, okay, that and is comfortable in their own skin enough to recognize that it's a weakness, until we have that, you know, it's like very difficult for a team to function properly. That's the hardest part of running the thing. So they're not even in a position to where they could hire a bunch of employees and things. That would, and I could help them with that too. So those would be my two strengths, and everything else is basically, I'm like a man of extremes. It's either like a mega strength or there's zero strength at all whatsoever. Like, so everything else in my life is a weakness, pretty much. Hire the Ape Yacht Club marketing team. Right. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what, I never even got it, the Bored Ape stuff, but something was done right there. I'm not sure what they did. So doing things like, this is on a way higher level, but when you look at League of Legends, is the most dynamic marketing for a game of all time by 10 million miles. So, but they somehow they managed to put out all these really high quality music videos and songs, and but that's not even what I'm not even talking about any of that. You don't got to have it. You really don't. Not in the crypto space. It doesn't take much to get on the map. Like, you guys, it really doesn't. It's not like you have to have a League of Legends quality marketing. They're like the best that you could ever imagine having, I would say. The team is just now in a strong position after such a mess of saga. That's right. This market right now. So one thing I was going to say earlier, the good thing about right now is that they're able to build and get kind of like all this shit worked out to where when there is more adoption that comes in, we'll be more ready. Okay. So that is the good side about not tons of people flooding in right now. And it gives us early adopters more time to accumulate dollar cost average. Okay. What's the current circulating supply of Jewel compared to Axie? Okay. So Jewel is 125 million, but on CoinGecko, it still said 500 million. So it's been reduced by a quarter. It's 1/4 the amount of Jewel is existing. Okay, so one thing this gives you right here is the fully diluted valuation is if all of these 270,000 tokens were in circulating supply up here. I don't know if you guys can see that. Did that? Okay. So that's too much. I got to zoom it back out. So the fully diluted valuation is 1.8 billion. 1.8 billion dollars. The fully diluted valuation of Jewel, I can tell you right now, is probably at that 12 million. Crypto's best kept secret. Right here, baby. Mic drop. What's so funny is guys like George look at that and they're like, it's so far down. I don't want to buy it. It's so far down. Like, are you nuts? What, you're just going to FOMO back in when it goes back up? He will. Mark my words. When Jewel pumps, George will buy it after it pumps. I couldn't believe it. So I was so he irked me, man. George did. I mean, he really irked me before when he was part of the fudding of the project because of the lack of communication and messaging. And then he just, I wrote him like we went back and forth. George, I am George. We went back and forth on like 6 or 7 email exchanges. And I wrote him a book. And he read all of it. And he was really intrigued. Awesome conversation. And then he gets on his show and I did it real tactfully and everything. And he gets on his show and he's like, well, I wish you the best. It's his whole reasoning for not wanting to get into Jewel was because how far down it is. Like, he did the same. He's done the same thing so many times on his, if you look at his DCA portfolio, okay, he'll literally say, like, one time, I specifically remember, I had just that same day bought some Polkadot. And at the time, Polkadot was at like $8. This was this was the first little bear market we had. So if you remember, Bitcoin pumped up to $62, $63, $64,000 and then dumped back down to like $29,000 or $30,000. And then it went back up to $69,000. Okay, so that first dump, we were in a little mini bear. Okay, and he's doing his DCA videos, right? This is like a year and a half ago. He buys, he thinks about buying Polkadot, and he goes, and I had just bought Polkadot that day because it was down at $8. And there was lots of bullish things going on at the time, different things. And he goes, no, it's like it's like too far down. No kidding. Then, I'm not bullshitting you. The very next week, Polkadot goes up to $15. So then the next week, okay, on his DCA portfolio, he goes, you know, Polkadot's doing better now. I think I'll buy it. And then in the same breath on his show, when he says, we buy when it's low and sell when it's high. Like, okay. Anyways, that irked me. I'll tell you what, man, George, when it was brought, I was like watching his shows with eager anticipation for him to say something good about DeFi Kingdoms because of all of how that all went down. And then he said what he said. He did it. He was like neutral on it. So it wasn't bad. He did give props to the team of DeFi Kingdoms and kind of like some of the things going on. Like, I told him all the things going on, all the use case, all the tokenomics, all the just on and on and on over several different emails. And we were just hitting it off back and forth. And he was concerned about earning the Jade. Okay. So like he wanted to earn the Jewel. And so we talked about that. I said, well, Jade actually has better tokenomics than Jewel had before. And we saw Jewel pump, right? And so does Crystal, because they have a better burning mechanism. And a better emission rate. So they updated all that. So compared to how Jewel used to be. But anyways, so I don't mind like earning my Jade, but then it's like, yeah, if you have miners, you can mine it. So I didn't even tell him all that. But I did help him get all his locked Jewel, okay, off. You know, this was before the launch. This was like a couple weeks ago, and he got all his stuff back into Crystalvale, you know, off. He still had it all on Harmony. Like, killing me, man. Okay. Maybe right? So it just makes me cringe unless they do it right. I mean, they could figure out how to do marketing right, but just from what I can see right now, that's just their biggest weakness. So if marketing is your weakness and then they're going to try and spend money on marketing, it's like that happens all the time, guys. Happens all the time. Okay. Yes. So for starters, the best thing we can do is bring the people that left back in when they see that it's not a Frisky Fox rug. And that is like tens of thousands of people that left the game. That's my first goal. You know, first and foremost, I've already had several people reach out to me on the channel and say they gave up on the game. And then they realized, oh, it's actually legit and Frisky's awesome. And it's the dream team of all crypto dream teams. And it's just phenomenal. And they came back in. I've had several people tell me that personally. Like, I don't even know. I'll exaggerate it because like 10 people actually messaging me and telling me that can seem like 25. So I don't know exactly how many. It's got to be at least 10 people have actually messaged and told me that. Yeah, I wonder what's up with Rock, man. I'm a little worried about him because it's discouraging, man. He gets discouraged, I think. They're working on marketing and it's a bear market. No point of advertising. Yes, exactly, Vibes. I totally agree. Like FTX just collapsed and all this crap. Like, but one way they could maybe, this is a maybe, is reach out to some of the gaming bigger channels and sponsor. But sponsorships in this space is just a shit show. So I don't even know about that. But like if we could sponsor Hustle's channel, that might be a good one. I know, right? I'm pretty sure he's not sick anymore, right? What's up with Rock? I miss him. We need to reach out to Rock and show him the love because I don't think the whole ecosystem of DeFi Kingdoms realizes how much of a gem Rock is. And same with guys like About Life Podcast and Mythic Squad. Like really, people just aren't appreciating it. Oh, really, Matty Pesk? Coming from a lawyer okay, so Matty Pesk, listen. You're going to get me going here, buddy. I love you guys. I love Bogside. Shout out to Bogside Chats. But here, Matty Pesk, I'll send you a link right now and we can debate this out. The whole reason why I did this YouTube channel in the first place is because of how terribly it was handled 2 occasions. How awful they handled when the FUD happened with Frisky Fox. The way I'm talking simple questions being asked, okay, about Frisky Fox. And Ace, you have 3 to 5 seconds psychologically to put people at ease. So that was a high tense moment where people were freaking out that Frisky Fox, maybe he's shady. Maybe he's a scam artist. Maybe he's a rug pull. Maybe this whole project is a rug pull. That's what tens of thousands of people still to this day think. Okay. And so, first of all, a marketing messaging guy is all over that like white on rice within seconds of these things being talked about. Then on the AMA, when it's discussed, it needs to be, okay, you got to grab the bull by the horns in an alpha dog, crystal clear way and put it to bed. They did it. They did it. Instead, you know, because he's such an awesome, caring, loving guy and actually cares and he's actually legit and actually the furthest opposite thing from a rug pull, okay? He almost has a heart attack. He's thinking, I'm getting out of here, like most devs do when the ecosystem bitches, when they go on their bitch sessions. Okay, that's what most devs do. And then they create defensive wall mechanisms, okay, which DeFi Kingdoms has already created, which doesn't help on the messaging either, by the way, because the messaging isn't dealt with right. So then we literally lost hundreds of millions of dollars of market cap because everybody left the ecosystem except a few like that we have left still. Then the Harmony Bridge hack happens and the sky's falling with DeFi Kingdoms. Okay. And everyone's freaking out that maybe this game's just going to die. It's going to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. It's so much crap they've been through. Okay. And someone asks the question, are you guys going to sell the project? But really what they're asking there, Matty Pesk, let me translate the question given the situation. Okay. I'm talking sales guy to a lawyer. Okay. Here's what was being asked. The sky is falling. Are we all going to die? Are you guys going to abandon us? Are you going to forsake us? Are you going to leave the project? Is the token going to go to zero? That's actually what was asked. Okay. But what they said was, are you guys going to sell? So I'm reading into the question. Okay. But like you lawyers and engineers and doctors do, you think, well, logically, technically, what we need a partnership. Okay. And so we need, because we're low on money, we're running out of money. And, and so technically speaking, this is Dreamer's responding like this, and I'm of course exaggerating it, but technically, we could, find a partnership with somebody and, offer them 5% of equity in Kingdom Studios or whatever, and technically that, that would constitute, by legal law as a sale. But then after he answered it like that, okay, after that, he then comes and circles back, and I freaked out. Okay, so I had to do like a double take and really examine and probe. Okay, because even I freaked out at that point, the way he answered that. And I've had 50 other people tell me the same thing. Then he comes full circle and says, no, we're not, we're always going to be here. We're not going to leave the project. We're not going to sell. We're not selling out. We're always going to be here. And so we're going to look for partners that'll work with us. So here's how you answer that, Dreamer and Matty Pesk, you bunch of freaking engineer genius, high IQ people that just don't get it and drive me nuts. Okay, right off the bat, no, we're not selling. We're not selling DeFi Kingdoms. We're not selling Jewel. If Jewel goes down to 1 penny, we're going to keep grinding. We're going to grind through the bear market. We're here with you guys, and we'll do an AMA every single day to update what's going on. Now, here's what we do. We are low on money, and we need to find partners to come in and partner with us. We already have such an awesome working product. We already have lots of partners that we're talking to, and we have our own DFK chain that we've already created, and all these awesome things going. We're going to make it. We're going to survive through the market. So I tried to tell him this. I actually had this conversation with Dreamer, and he's like, he doubled down on the way he answered. I wasn't even concerned with his answer. I was just concerned with the way he answered, right? So that one little thing psychologically, okay, so even the way he answers, so also what happens is, okay, the way it's answered is that it still is like, huh? What? Like, And so it actually leaves room for doubt and skepticism. And so what do we have still to this day? We had guys like Thinopolis and all these people. Like we still have a lot of people in this ecosystem that is all skeptical about the team. The team is only always just looking out for what's best for them. And they're just going to do what's right for them. Right. And so they have this built-in skepticism in the back of their mind. It's messaging and marketing. That's their weakness. And without, okay, one of the things that George freaking told me, and Crypto Banter says it all the time too, okay, is that most projects won't succeed without a charismatic leader. Okay, except because the best of the charismatic leaders in the space are what? You know, you got Vitalik Buterin. Is that a charismatic leader? Not really, but he's one of the best of them. We also have what? Charles Hoskinson, okay, with a multi-billion-dollar coin, with still it's not really functioning, right? It's just still a product in development. Is all that is. Really, it's not a working product yet. Okay, but so the bar is so low in this space, okay, that those guys are considered charismatic leaders. Okay, then you got guys like Richard Hart, okay, that is a highly intelligent guy, and he is your charismatic leader, okay, and so he creates like a subculture, right? That's like us versus them, basically. So I mean that's like the bar. That's why you come in and you're at least solid. If you're at least somewhat solid with messaging, right? Like the way I would train my sales guys to be, to bring them up from a closing ratio of 40, 30%, 40% quote to close up to a 70% or an 80% or even a 90%. Okay, which actually yours truly. Okay. So those people at the 50%, in their mind, they think they're like the best salespeople in the world until they realize, oh, they could be at 90%. It's a big gap there. You don't need, you can be at the 50%, okay, in of selling ability, 50% close range type salesperson. In this ecosystem, you'll be the best in the world. Like the bar is really low in the world of crypto when it comes to messaging and marketing. Why? Because they're all a bunch of nerdy engineers, or they're a bunch of shady rug pulls. You got one or the other in this space. So, with all this being said, DeFi Kingdoms is one of the best in the space at messaging, but it's still such a terrible weakness. Okay, there's my soapbox, baby. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, one a week. They do a PvP AMA. Yeah, they need to be doing stuff every day, just like Rock. Every day. Every day. A guy like a Rock. Rock isn't your messaging guy, though, but we need a Rock. Okay. Rock should be hired by the team to do this every day. He'd be perfect. Every day. People are coming on a stream. People can share their opinions. People can disagree, but he's going to be cool, but he'll still be like totally straight up. He's like a consistent 6 hours a day. You could easily have. And he'll feature different people of the team throughout the week and then do the AMA. On top of that is what we need. Okay. I'm probably way the hell behind. I hope that was at least entertaining for you. Can't believe you're asking for better communication and messaging. Okay, vibes. That's not your gift. I can't believe DeFi Kingdoms is at a $12 million market cap. This is the whole foundational reason why I started my YouTube channel in the first place, was because it's their biggest weakness and it's my strength. We need each other. And until we recognize that, it'll always be, I would at least tenfold under what it should be in its potential. This project is at a minimum at a minimum tenfold below. It's 1/10 the value that it should be. By far, it's crypto's best kept secret. And it's crypto's best kept secret. Now, I would say, agreeing with you, that compared to the really, really, really low bar in the world of crypto, they're one of the best I've ever seen at messaging, because at least they do their weekly AMAs and do their best. They have the core values. They have a green check mark on every single box. Every single box. So when you say, and so compared to Vibes, compared to the rest of the crypto ecosystem, yeah, they're way above average when it comes to messaging. But because their messaging was so poor, that's why we have a $12 million market cap. And you can blame it all you want. You can blame it on the bear market or whatever you want to do. But there's a reason why all these people left the project and still think that Frisky Fox is a rug. And I'm constantly defending him. And there's a reason why there's still tons of people still in the ecosystem that in the back of their mind think he's shady when he's not. The team doesn't deserve it. They're legit. It's the best team in crypto. The first thought through people's mind when the jeweler when happens, the first thought through different people's mind when they restructure the tokenomics shouldn't be like, for example, like with Climb Crypto, the first example, the first thing that goes through your mind shouldn't be that the team is pulling some bullshit and being shady. But it always is to all the OGs. All the stuff that guys like Thinopolis came on the channel and said, all of this stuff is because of their messaging. I hope, was that entertaining? I love it. Okay, so Matty Pesk, when they say marketing, when you say that, it does make me cringe, because I hope they handle that right. Yes, but getting the PvP out first, getting that out first is probably key. I talked to Frisky months ago about coming on as a messaging PR guy, moderator for their AMAs. And I started my YouTube channel to fill in the gap, like to at least do what I can do to help bridge that gap and help the ecosystem, to help with their messaging and marketing. So there's certain hot button topics that I really am big on. Okay. And that is, I'm constantly, even to George, to all of them, okay, constantly defending and having to undo all the FUD that is against the team. There's countless numbers of people out there that still think Frisky Fox is a shady rug pull. And that is for one reason and one reason only, because of the messaging. But I can't force that. I can't make them see that. They just gonna have to see that on their own. They just are gonna have to get it. Okay. I agree. I suspect he often answers the way he does to cover legal bases. 100%. So he thinks like a lawyer, like a doctor. I actually thought he was a lawyer, but he's not a lawyer. He's not a lawyer. His brother is a doctor. He's a super high IQ, high intelligent. He thinks along the lines of he's a risk mitigator. Okay. So he's purely thinking along the lines of logic, risk mitigation. Anything I say will be held against me in the court of law. Okay. So does he connect with people on an emotional level? No, that's like not his strength. He's super in his mind. The person asked the question, are you guys going to sell DeFi Kingdoms? It might have well been a robot. And then he thinks in the most technical way on how to respond to that, instead of connecting with the person and the situation and the circumstance emotionally and understanding on an emotional level outside of his logical mind, like us males tend to be so logical. Okay, so instead of reading into what was being said, not his strength. There's nothing wrong with him. He doesn't need to change. I wouldn't want him to change a single thing about him. Keep doing exactly what you're doing. But he's missing a valuable part, like I would say, of like the body. The body, the hand cannot say, I don't need you. The hand can't see. He sucks at seeing. The hand cannot see. The hand needs the eye. And the eye can't grab and it can't do anything. It can only see. It can't do anything. But so you got to have a hand. Got to have the eye. So the team is perfect as they are, I would say, honestly, which is why I'm so adamant. There's still things they can improve on, sure. But given the entire ecosystem in the space, they're perfect. It is by far, on my opinion, the best team I've ever seen in crypto, by far. But they're missing a key member in their body, and that's the messaging and marketing. And they can't just do that. Yes. Okay. But even that, man, so Chris, that is exactly the mind of a engineer. And that's probably what they're going to do. They'll hire a couple of marketing professionals. And I hope they do it right. I believe Dreamer could do this and do it right and figure it out. Like, don't get me wrong. So if a project doesn't have a charismatic leader, if it has a charismatic community, that's the other side of it, right? So like what? Ripple's got Chris Larson. Okay. Is he really like a charismatic leader? No, but they have like a hardcore community. It's called the Ripple Army or whatever it's called. So does Cardano. So the team is good enough at messaging and marketing, and the community is strong enough to where I think even as is, it could still be fine. It's still just going to be their weakness. And I'm still, unfortunately, going to always have to deal with all these skeptical. I deal with skeptical people that are skeptical of the team and think that they think that the jeweler was a scam. And they think that the team exploited the community with the tokenomics, changing the tokenomics. They're always changing things. And if you go in the jeweler, guess what? They're just going to change it again on you. And because they don't get, they always think the worst of the team. They're like super hyper. There's something about this project where everyone is always like hyper critical. They don't give the benefit of the doubt to the team. They don't think the best, like more than what other communities do with other projects. So it's like crazy in this community. You're always, every project's always going to have your haters and your bitchers. Sure. But this project, it's something weird, like where people are always so skeptical of the team. And I haven't found a team that even is close to being as so awesome. And I trust them more than any other team I've ever seen in crypto, like by a pretty substantial amount. There's not a reason to trust this team more than ever before. Like, and it's all, every time I meet them, they're the best team I've ever seen in crypto. So why does everybody so skeptical of the team? Even awesome dudes, like, for example, Klein Crypto or whoever, awesome guys, not out for beef, not out for blood. He's not trying to flood the project at all. Well, why are they so skeptical? Why was Thanopolis on my channel, coming on the channel and saying, this team doesn't even have a clue? That, like, he made such an extreme statement about the team not being able to listen to community feedback. And I'm sitting here, okay, wait. The team, okay, I'm in this project because the team listens to community feedback better than the other 1,000 projects that I've ever been in crypto since 2016. This team listens to the community feedback light years better than anything else I've ever seen. So why is Thanopolis on my channel saying the team has no ability, I think is what he said, no ability to listen to community feedback? Why? Why is that? It's how they message. It's how they respond to questions. It's how it's simple. And so I don't think Thanopolis had bad intention. I just think he felt like he was banging his head against the wall. And he said he had 50 other people to point me to who was involved in DeFi Kingdoms right from the beginning. And I'm just the newbie. He said, I'm just new into DeFi Kingdoms. I haven't been through what they've been through. So I listened to the 50 other people in DeFi Kingdoms about all this shit they have against the team and all this and that. And they've tried. Okay, so Thanopolis is trying to develop. He's a third-party developer. He's probably a phenomenal, one of the best developers out there. He probably should have been hired by the team. Who knows? I don't know. But he felt like he wasn't being listened to. He felt like his words were not being heard. It was like speaking to a brick wall in his mind. Okay? That's messaging. It's simple. And so I had to explain to him, look, you think this is bad. You're just new to crypto. I'm not new to crypto. You're new to crypto. You're going to go out and venture out into the rest of the crypto world and see how much worse everything out there is. Everything else out there in the world of crypto, you're not going to go approach a team anywhere out there like you can with DeFi Kingdoms team, where you can actually reach out to them and they'll actually respond. You won't find it. Good luck. Just the fact that they'll even hear you out is like 1 in a million in this space, in my world. Now, I know Sandbox is another one. It's really good. Yeah, and they're transparent as they can be. Now, though, however, they're less transparent now because of all the bitchers bitching at them when they miss they had to delay. So every time they delay or every time they change something in the game, right? So they changed things. They've realized, oh, we could be doing this better. So let's improve this. And then they change things and then everyone bitches. Right? So even though they make it better, they still have people bitching at them all the time. Okay. And so even how you convey that, it's all in how it's conveyed. Messaging. Even though they make things better, like for example, dark summoning was perfect. We have that awesome guy who's a lawyer and he's a big DeFi Kingdoms bull. He was bitching hard to the team for just throwing dark summoning at us when it wasn't talked about a year ago, and even though it actually had been talked about like months and months and months ago. It had been brought up like in May. Okay. And so, but the team figured out a cool thing that they could add. Who cares if they talked about it a year ago? Always better, always improving. So then you have guys like Workhorse who can't just come out outright and talk about and be completely transparent with everything they're doing because all the backlash they get from the community. And it's just, in my mind, I know I could get in there and all these problems solved, fixed, done, solved, done, fixed without question. But until they recognize they need that, they're going to create their own coping mechanisms of how to handle it. And it just is, and it's okay. I mean, doesn't mean it can't succeed and still be awesome. And so it just means that we as a community, all the more, have to step it up. and it has to be like an army, like the Cardano army or Ripple army or whatever they call it. Okay. The communication and transparency has become top notch. Wasn't always this way, but they have been emphasizing this and involving their community much more. Right. Like if you compare to anything else we've ever seen in crypto, I'd agree with this statement. I'd still say that's their biggest, the communication part of that is their weakness. Because there's a lot of people out there, a lot of people that would hardcore disagree with that. People that like Thenopolis, that were very inundated into the game, very closely connected with the team. Okay. Right. He avoids making promises and bold statements. But you have to an extent. You have to if you want to be a charismatic leader guy. You have to. You have to say, we're going to keep grinding. We're going to keep working through the bear market. We're not going to sell. We're not getting out. We're going to keep going through the thick and thin. Like, okay, if you don't, all right. I mean, everybody left the project and it's a $12 million market cap, which is the most asinine thing in all of crypto, that this freaking diamond in the rough of a project is the best kept secret. And it drives me nuts so much. I just couldn't help but holler it out on the freaking rooftops. And so DeFi Kingdoms had a lot of seeds planted in all the major influencers of crypto in America, at least. All of them. DeFi Kingdoms is at least in the back of their mind. It's on their radar, baby. Okay. Yeah, it's way better now. I mean, but they've always done their AMAs. They always had a roadmap. They don't even hardly update the roadmap now. They don't tell us what's going on with like why can't Workhorse come and just drop the alpha? He's tweeting out saying, "Oh, there's so much I would love to share with you, but I can't." Why? Because of the backlash that comes at them. Like they used to be more liberal about sharing what their roadmap is and what they're doing and what they're working on and giving timelines and dates. They don't do that anymore because of the backlash that comes at them. But I mean, so I don't know if their communication is way better than, to me, it's always been good. Their communication as far as doing AMAs has always been good. I don't see that having been improved on necessarily. Yeah, Dreamers, matter of fact. Oh, wow. Okay. It wouldn't let me scroll down. It was like stuck. I thought I was caught up. I bet. Yeah. Trade room, baby. Clayton does have a marketing team and stuff. Yeah. And we're going to need to lean on that because it's a different culture, different language. Yeah, this team is the best I've seen. Really? So are you big into Ripple? The trade room. Interesting. You're a big Ripple guy, huh? I mean, I'm rooting for Ripple to take down the SEC. That's for sure. No question about that. I just don't like that the team, I guess, even holds like 70%. The team holds 70% of Ripple, and they're known to actually, he's admitted to selling on the open market, like dumping on the community. Okay. Vibes. I love it. Vibes is piping up. Let's go. Yeah. So I absolutely never said that anybody needs to do any big marketing. I said the opposite. Vibes. I don't get it. Okay. So the team, yes, is firing in all cylinders. They don't need to change a single thing, but except their messaging could be better. That's all I'm saying. And it's the lack thereof is why it's not because of the bear market. It's not, or I should say, it's not just because of the bear market. There's way more to it than that. Okay. Okay, there you go, Maddie. My belief is community and building in a bear market should always ramp up in the bull, but do agree we need more of the community as a driver. Yes, but it doesn't have to be that way, is my point. But yes, like if okay, I don't think this project would have survived if it didn't have such a strong, phenomenal community. Period. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. It just felt like with the Board Ape Yap Club thing, it was more of like the cool kids club, and they just had an end to the, celebrities. Okay, vibes. We're the biggest crypto game in the space, right? Why are we a $12 million micro cap coin? Why is that? I couldn't agree with you. You're making all my same points. Like you are bringing it home, baby. Bring it home. I couldn't agree with you more. That's why I'm like full-time DeFi Kingdoms. Okay. But it's a $12 million micro cap coin. It's just, which is crazy. The best project in crypto. I never imagined like finding a project of this caliber, of this quality, being at a $12 million market cap. I never imagined it. I used to look and try to find the low cap coins. And if I found one at 50 million, a lot of times that I thought was good, that was like, wow, I found a tiny micro cap coin. Look, it's only a $50 million market cap. And then I remember I like aped into one that was like a $25 million market cap. And that was like, wow, finding stuff this low, finding stuff. I mean, I remember one time I did get one in around $1 million, and that was like no liquidity. That was like nothing. It was basically $1 million market cap was almost like zero for the coin. It was like a dead project. So to equate this team, the best team in crypto, and with the most transactions, and it's on all of it at a $12 million market cap is just crazy. And I've watched it all happen, watched it all play out, and I was there. I was there when the FUD hit with Frisky Fox. I was right there, and I connected and talked with Frisky Fox, for months even. Okay. Okay, circulating. No, the circulating supply of Jewel should be at 112-ish million. That's even counting the vested Jewel and stuff. Not counting the vested Jewel. So you got some vested Jewel that will be unlocked over time. And that's like less than 12 million supply. Everything else is circulating and being burned by the tune of like 4,000 a day, something like that, out of existence. Not gonna lie. I got in Illuvium open world beta and it's awesome. Yes, Illuvium does look awesome, but here's the deal with Illuvium. All right. Why did they make a coin? What you talk about this is just par for the course in the world of crypto. They came out with their coin and it was a mega VC funded coin. You couldn't get in on that initial token supply. Nope, you couldn't get in. Even if you wanted to, even if you believed in it and everything, you couldn't get in. There is no way for you to get in on that. Only the VCs could buy in. And they bought it. What was their buy price? Someone could look that up. I've looked it up before. They got it. It's kind of like the people that originally got in on like Solana, okay, bought it for like 2 cents or something, or 20 cents. Okay. And no one else could, I think it was 2 cents with Solana. Okay. And no one else could get in. It's just like, you can't get in on these projects. Same with Phaeton Arena. It's like the best game we currently have, like the best actual gameplay game that we have in crypto, but the coin is worthless. So you can't even make money at all playing the game. So it's like, because they're tokenomics and they didn't have a Hubert, all kinds, and it was just a VC rug pull. So we had Illuvium come out, and the people that originally were able to get in, okay, got in at a super low price, and then it pumped up to like $2,400, $2,300. Okay, and that game, believe me, it looks phenomenal. Like, I'm excited for Illuvium too. Okay, but I don't trust them with a 10-foot pole. I do not. So you know, they hype and they market, and they hype and they market. You talk about people complaining in DeFi Kingdoms about slow development. Okay, they have still a while. I know they have their like alpha and beta coming out, and they're awesome at marketing, man. It looks phenomenal. It looks awesome, but they hype up the project and the VCs dump. That's par for the course. So, but I'm still bullish and believer. Illuvium isn't as bad as most. That a lot of the other ones are way worse. That's why I was iffy even on things like Polygon. Gives me pause. Definitely Solana is always giving me a lot of pause, because I just don't trust their core values. Like, it's a different model. It's so much in the crypto space, especially in the gaming space, are VC pump and dumps. Like, VCs invest hundreds of millions of dollars, okay, into the project. They get the coins for next to nothing. The coin moons, they dump. That's why. I mean, that's why they've been hyping it up for so long. Why come out with a coin and hype the project like this for any other reason? Like, when you know you're still at least a year out. Okay, Maddie, baby, I love it. Okay, I'm so far behind. All right, Maddie, coming at you right now, baby. I love it. Everyone, by the way, is always welcome to disagree. Okay, invite. You're always welcome to disagree. Are we also friends on Discord? Yes. Okay, baby. Yeah, baby. All right. Get in here. Okay, I've got a lot to catch up on, and it's so crazy how these streams go so long. Like, oh yes, yeah, baby.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Come at it. I've spoken enough. Go.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
First off, Grady, I fucking love your energy. You're amazing. I love it. But I have so many things I got to talk to you about.
Do it. Go.
We got to go all the way back. We got to go all the way back to Dreamer. Okay. Dreamer is such a good individual for his role, and all of your complaints about him are so off base in my opinion.
Okay. Oops. Okay.
First off, like,
hang on before you start. I 100% agree with that statement, and don't think he should change a thing. And I said that.
Well, all right. Then I want to discuss that, because
yeah.
What you're upset about is that there wasn't kind of like an emotional, like, he didn't say like, I feel it for you guys, like, and we're gonna do it together. We're gonna get through it, right?
He didn't message right.
Well, that's bullshit though, because like he runs this corporation. Hypothetically, we could say it's a corporation, whatever.
Yeah.
And he needs to come out with a logical, methodical answer to this FUD that's out there, to this bullshit. Okay, he can't be wishy-washy. He needs to be precise, and he needs to say a certain thing. Okay, and like, he can't be lovey-dovey like you want. Okay, he's got to be
but
cut and dry.
Hang on. So this is why I started the YouTube channel.
I know. I know you have energy, so I gotta come at you. Right now.
His answer was so actually confusing. it wasn't clear and direct, and he didn't grab the bull by the horns and clarify, and it was very like, huh.
Well,
so my takeaway, guess what my takeaway was at first when I heard his response? Oh shit, they're gonna sell.
No, there was nothing in that. Nothing in his original messaging.
50 people. I've brought this up.
No, I understand that, but like in my opinion, it was somebody who was trying to make sure that their corporation stays together and it doesn't all fall apart. And it was a vague kind of like we're working on it message. And like yes, maybe there was a little bit to be desired, but in general, like you can't just be shooting off the handle emotional as a response, as the head of the organization,
Okay, so you hang on. You're telling me that you can't respond like this immediately as soon as that question's asked, knowing that everybody's freaking out, everyone's panicking, the sky is falling. You're saying that I can't, just like this, just like I'm talking to you, answer and say, listen, absolutely not. We're not going to sell. We're going to keep grinding through the bear market. Our team, I don't care if Jewel goes down to 1 penny. It won't even stop us. We're going to keep grinding through the bear market. And yes, we do need money. Yes, we do need partnerships. We're going to find them. We're going to make partnerships with people. We're going to bring in other people into the game and help us develop things like PvP, PvE. Okay. It's coming.
He said we're going to look at every avenue.
He did not answer the question.
He said we're going to look at every avenue. We're going to look at options, and that's how he answered it. You can't make promises like that because what if they don't come true?
That's not a promise. That's not a promise.
We're going to get and we're going to have more people come in and buy the coin or whatever. Like you can't make promises like that.
What I just said was exactly what he said.
Right, but I mean, like
what I just said.
You can't be emotional about it. You need to be. You need to be.
Guess what happened? Everyone freaked out and panicked, and people got out of the game.
The only people that freaked out and panicked were the ones you talked about, who were already skeptical. If you were already skeptical, you freaked out and panicked.
Okay.
The few of us that know that this team is solid, that believe in the whole thing of it, we all stayed put. Like none of us left.
The few of us. Why wasn't it? Why is it just the few of us? It's their messaging.
Because it's fucking crypto. Crypto is an insane world where no one listens to logic,
And here's where I'll just give up because there's no way I could ever, you're a lawyer.
Yes.
You're a lawyer. So it took me a long time to recognize my strengths and weaknesses.
Okay.
And I can't. My strength is messaging and marketing.
Okay.
So there's no way I could even try and tell you. But you think the way you think, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just like Dreamer thinks the way he thinks.
I think so.
He's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, you made a good comment. You did I thought he was a lawyer. I think he's just like an executive who knows how to run a company, which is very similar to a lawyer. But I think I think he knows what he's doing. I think every decision he makes is in the benefit of the corporation, of the company, of whatever you want to call it. Right. It's in the benefit of the game.
100% agree with that.
And it's going to upset you because it's not going to be the emotional response you want when stuff like that happens.
Right. It's not going to be the response I just gave you.
No, yeah.
It's going to be a highly logical.
Right, that's what you need.
It's disconnected from the person talking, right? So from a psychological standpoint, it was completely disconnected.
I mean, I think it's bullshit when there's people on Twitter who clearly have an agenda of trying to spread information that's either bullshit or they just love seeing other people fail, right? And you can't engage with that. You know what I mean? And I don't think he did. And I think there is a disconnect because the people were saying oh, this is the end of the world. It sucks. Everything sucks. And he didn't respond to that because I don't think that was the right move to do that. Don't respond to that.
Listen, there's that. There's guys like that just go on Twitter and bitch. And then there's guys like Thenopolis and guys like Now or Nose or guys that are very
news,
or whatever his name is, who are very bullish in the game and believe.
Are they?
But very much are misguided. I would say.
I think so. I agree with that. Yeah.
And that's why I think, as far as I know, I don't even know if Thenopolis is still around.
He definitely hasn't been as public as he used to be. I know that much. Yeah.
Like, I don't even know what's going on with Difky.
Okay, all right. That was my first gripe, and I think we got through it. But second one that I gotta push on here. You keep saying their marketing isn't strong. I need you to give me a definition.
No, not marketing, messaging.
Sorry.
That's it.
Whatever. But what does that mean, though? I mean, because like they are the most open, transparent team I've ever seen.
Responding to the question, like I gave you that example 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I gave you the example of how Dreamer responded, and everyone freaked out at that moment. And even including myself, who was like the biggest bull in the world and believer in the team, I even freaked out and had to do a double take and had to process it for like hours and read into lots of different things and reach out to the team and really actually gain my confidence back that they weren't about to bail on the project, like, or try to sell out and get out.
You really think what made you think they were going to bail on the project? Just because they said...
I've had no less than 50 actual human beings say the same thing, that they were freaked out. They thought it was done at that point. That's
I think
messaging. What makes somebody like a Charles Hoskinson that has I still believe in Charles in the project and everything, but I have to be honest, it drives me nuts because I've watched his videos for years, and I was in Cardano at less than a penny. Okay, so I'm fine with that. But
excuse me.
Yeah. So, but for years, like now, I still can't even get my damn wallet to connect to the DEX.
Yeah.
Okay? Right. It's not a working product, but yet it's still like what an $8 billion project.
Oh yeah.
Or something. I don't even know.
Isn't it a top 10? It's a top 10 coin, right?
It's all.
Or maybe not, but.
He's not even that charismatic, okay, but he is good with his messaging. That's how he created an army.
Okay.
That's how it's a $8 billion project with no product after 7 years.
I will say I don't really know much about Cardano, but like I have heard the message of like ADA is a better Ethereum. Like I have heard that like line before, like in bullshit Twitter or whatever, like which is weird. Like that comes out
on all these grandiose things that he's doing in Africa. He's gonna unbank the bank, the bankless in Africa, and all these grandiose things when the damn thing's still not working. Okay, so
so do you want the DFK team to come up with some sort of weird slogan? That is fake.
So just imagine if Charles Hoskinson actually had a working.
But he's a car salesman, like you said earlier. Those smoke and mirror guys.
If Charles Hoskinson actually had a working product like DeFi Kingdoms does,
I don't know.
Light years ahead.
I'd rather have genuine people like Frisky and Hubert who are regular people. Regular, whatever. They're normal guys. I'd rather have the genuineness.
Right. So the genuineness.
Yeah.
The genuineness, I'm with you. Okay, but DeFi Kingdoms would be in a position, and I'm not saying being disingenuous ever, because that's way against my DNA. I would never, ever even imply that.
Oh, I know.
Like,
you're very who you are, Grady. You're Grady. You're very who you are. Yeah.
Right here. Yeah. So never would I imply being disingenuous ever. Yeah. Okay, but just imagine if he actually did have an amazing product that was working like we have, and the partnerships that DeFi Kingdoms has, okay.
Maybe,
right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
But also, again, it's like that sleazy salesman kind of thing.
12 million.
I know. I agree with you. I agree with all those numbers that you're talking about. It should be a bigger.
And
it should have bigger. I will have bigger numbers. I think if we hit a bull market,
Yes, and so as far as market.
Sorry, you're way behind on chat, by the way. Too.
I know, man. I would love to.
And I can't imagine. I stopped looking, so I can't imagine what's. Being said now.
I bet it got hot in here, baby. Oh, baby. So Vibes, I'll tell you what, man. Vibes came out of his shell. I love it. I don't know. I low-key think he wants to be paid to do it. Who?
You.
be paid. So
Yeah.
I told Frisky from day one, okay, we're talking about me coming on to the team. And I said, I'll do it for free. I won't get paid. Okay. And he said, and it was a hang up. It hung him up. He said, and that's when like the communication stopped.
Well, yeah, there's weirdness there legally. Like, I'm not going to get into it, but like, you can't have a team member who's not paid speaking for the team. Like, there's weirdness there. Like,
well, no, we could have figured out a way to where I can come on in an official, unofficial kind of way. Where
no, nobody wants that. That is a lawyer's nightmare.
Nobody wants that.
A handshake deal? No lawyer wants that.
Where did I say handshake deal?
I mean, I was filling in the gaps there.
Nothing to do with the handshake deal. No handshake deal. But
hold on, there was one other thing There was one other thing I wanted to argue with you about.
Well, hang on. I wanted to set it up with Frisky where I could come on the channel and do reckless speculation with the team, like with the community.
Yeah.
Okay. And instead of all official, okay, can't tell anything, can't say anything, can't say anything.
All right, yeah, I guess that could be fun. Yeah, that could be fun.
Sure. They need that.
Well, all right. That's what I wanted to say. That's what you were saying we need daily updates, daily AMAs. That's insane. These people have to work and do their regular jobs. You know, they can't waste an hour or two every day, doing an AMA with you to speculate about what might be going. They need to be coding and doing their job.
That's his job. They don't have a guy that's their job.
I mean, that's what the community is for. That's what, if you create the product, the community will come.
Yeah, that's
true. I mean, we got we do box night chats. We got Grady, Rock doing his thing every day. Sergeant doing his thing. Like, we have a community like talking about it almost every day. The Mythic guys are on all the time. Like, we're creating that.
But the Mythic guys are going broke. What are we gonna do?
Well, I mean, when you have Mosh getting his odds. Did you see the Dragoon he had? Are you kidding me?
Yes.
What a nut.
He's unbelievable with his Moss odds.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think you were.
So listen, I've been sharing the same thing for months on the channel. I've like repeated this 50 times. It's so funny. It's like it's the first time they've heard it from me or something. Like, Vibes has been on my channel for months. He's heard me say all this, but
he stays in the chat. Don't worry.
but it's like it's the first time he's ever heard it.
I had to come on and fight back on that Dreamer thing, because I think Dreamer is
I love it.
Such a professional, and
okay, I agree.
I love to see you get heated too. So,
but everything you said, okay, I'll always want everyone to push back, like Vibes.
Yeah.
Except he's out. So Vibes was just.
I told you he stays in the chat. That was bullshit.
Oh, okay. So everything you said, I agree with. You didn't say anything that I disagree with.
But you can't.
And then everything you said that I said wasn't what I was even saying.
Yeah, you were. You were saying, like, you want him to tell people to stay in the project, right?
I'm just saying everyone has different strengths and weaknesses.
You can't tell people as the head of the organization, as the head of the corporation, you can't tell people to stay in, okay? Because people will rely on that message, okay? And that's dangerous. If the company, let's say, were to fall apart, right? Okay. Heaven forbid. And I don't think that would happen in this situation. But as the leader, you cannot tell people stay in no matter what. If you say that to people,
Sure. So, but he basically, in a roundabout way, he said, we're going to keep grinding through this bear market.
Yeah.
That's what he's, okay.
I mean, that's the most he can say, possibly.
Yeah, he said, even if Jewel dumps down way further, we're going to keep developing.
Yeah, but you were mad at him for not saying...
Because it was... I mean, do I need to play it over again?
Run it back. Who's the editor on this one? Yeah.
So he didn't. So she asked the question. Okay, everyone's panicking. Everyone's freaking out.
Yep.
Bridge hack.
Yep.
Are you guys going to sell DeFi Kingdoms? He did not answer. He took about 5 minutes to say what I'm about to say. I'm going to read. Okay.
Yep.
It took him 5 minutes to say this. He goes, instead of saying, no, we're not planning on selling. We're going to keep grinding. Our team's going to keep, we're not going to abandon you guys. We're going to keep going as long as we are able. We're going to keep grinding through this bear market. Even if Jewel goes down to 1 penny, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep grinding. But we are tight on money. We need to find partners, and we're already working on that. We got good, awesome conversations going on. And now we know it's Wisdom Gaming was one of them. They did talk with some of the other big time gaming companies. Okay, big, maybe even like a Riot. I'm not sure which one.
I heard those rumors too.
Biggest gaming companies. They were already in several conversations trying to partner, right? And that had already been talked about. Okay, so it's like that needed to be the response right away.
Why?
Okay.
Why? Because that's a highly emotional, intense response that I don't think would have been right.
Because on a psychological level, okay, this is just 101 messaging, marketing, sales. If I am panicking that you're gonna do something like steal my money, and I ask you a question, like I ask you, are you stealing my money? And you're not clear, like you say,
I plead the fifth. There's suspicion there. Yeah.
Psychologically, you have 3 to 5 seconds to look me right in the eye and say, no, I'm not, to shoot me straight.
I understand, but like,
he drew that, and I listened to it 10 times. So it's like, and I've talked about it 50 times on the channel.
I mean, he had to though be extremely careful in what he said right there. And any slip up could have seriously fucked over Kingdom Studios.
Well, I'm saying from a different angle, from your logical, legal. You're right. He needs to be his legal-minded mindset. Yeah. I agree. I don't disagree with that. He needs to have his legally minded mindset. He doesn't need to change. He doesn't need to try to be something that he's not. That's not what I'm saying. What is needed is the messaging. Okay, to put, psychologically speaking, 3 to 5 seconds to put the community at immediate ease instead of, psychologically speaking, okay, what happened with so many people is in the back of their mind, they were skeptical that they were going to sell. So many people were skeptical.
Okay, all right, sorry. So I want to go further and say, I don't think anyone on Kingdom Studios could have given that, would have... Hold on, let me phrase this correctly. I don't think it would have been responsible for anyone from the studio, from the company, whatever the organization is, to give the response you're looking for, because it's an emotional knee-jerk reaction that could have hurt people potentially.
So, by saying that the team's going to continue to do what they're doing,
no, very specifically, you're looking for someone to say, we're going to keep going, have faith in us, we got it, right?
Yeah.
That's a scary thing to say when your company when the coins went down 90%. You can't say that because that's kind of scary, It's crypto. I mean, everybody knows it's volatile, but like, it's bad practice to go ahead and say like, you know what? Hey, even our coin is at 0. Like, we're going to be awesome. You should invest all your money in us. I think it's better to be level-headed and be like, hey, it's a hard time. We're going to fight through it, but like, it's tough right now, guys, and we don't know the future. I think you need to be level with everybody, and I think most people in this game, at least I hope,
but he didn't say that either.
Sure, I agree. Maybe there could have been a little bit. Yeah,
you could say after. That's not the first thing you want to say, but after you can then circle back and preface and say, guys, this has been tough, honestly.
Yeah. I think they did eventually, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's all in how.
I know, because I think most people who are part of this community, who are invested in this game or playing this game, are intelligent-ish individuals. I know we all have our degen sides, but like they understand
It's a high IQ, nerdy.
Yeah. Like they understand that it is a game where we might be able to make money, but also we like playing a game, and who knows how it will end up. It's a whole kind of Wild West here at Web3. We don't really know, and I think everyone kind of knows that and sort of gives the community the benefit of the doubt, or gives the team the benefit. I hope they do, at least.
They don't.
I know. Well, I mean, some of us do. The true people. I mean, what do we got? 30, 40 people watching. The 30, 40 people watching right now are in on that for sure. But like,
oh yeah.
But like, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Most people in the community left the project.
Not most. That's crazy.
Maddie. Is that your name? Maddie Pesk? Maddie?
Maybe. I'm not going to tell you. Yeah, it's Maddie. It's Maddie, yeah.
Maddie Pesk. Listen, 98% of the community left.
Is that true? I don't believe you.
We used to have 100,000 people in this community. Like a YouTuber 1 year ago would play a video on DeFi Kingdoms, even a small one, and get 20, 30,000 views.
Nuh-uh.
It was a mass exodus. Even guys like Christian Peter, he would get 20, 30,000 views.
Yeah. Well, he's got a decent audience.
On his top ones. And like I was thumbing through all these YouTubers, man. I went back through because I was trying to reach out to them and trying to get them to wake up to the best kept secret in crypto. It's a freaking secret.
Yep. That's tough.
So the mindset that is with so many in crypto is this. I don't like it when people, are all hype and they're just advertising, and I just like it when people stay quiet and they quietly develop, and they're just developing. They just quietly develop. You hear that a lot in crypto. Okay? I've heard it ever since 2016.
Sure.
And I agree with that. Like, I don't want bullshit hype at all. Okay, zero. But that project's not going to survive because they're not on the map.
If there's no news about it, how will anyone hear about it? Yeah.
I still can't believe how low this market cap is of Jewel. Like it's a freaking financial crime because it's the best project in my opinion.
Okay, that was another thing I wanted to talk about because I made the comment and you brought it up. The Illuvium open world beta. The game, the graphics are incredible. The open world is so cool. There's only a few people in the beta right now, and I think it's going to be a super cool game. Now, here's the thing: it's a completely different game from DFK. I don't think they're rivals whatsoever. They're they're two different things completely.
Yeah.
And I think they both are can succeed together, which I'm very excited about. I think they both will bump each other up because if either one has success, I think the other one will have success. So I'm very excited about it. I heard you talking about it a little bit, but do you know anything about the project or?
Yeah, and I've kind of forgotten a lot, but I made a lot of money on Illuvium. I mean,
I was part of one of the early airdrops, and I was very upset. I sold it way before it got.
Oh, really?
I kept some of it, and I still did very well, but I could have done way better. But anyways, I think it's going to be awesome. I'm super excited about it.
So Darrow Evil, okay, we'll hit on Illuvium here in a second. Darrow Evil, I was going to do daily live streams. I mean, that's what I talked about to Frisky.
Yeah, dude, I don't know.
Just like Rock does. But
look though. As a dev, if someone kept read the rest of his comment though.
Okay, and here and there, I could get a dev on.
Right, but that's what I was saying earlier. If you keep asking these guys to do something daily, they'll lose their minds.
You gotta have. It's not even Bolin's job, right? Bolin.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah,
side part of what he does. His main focus is all the other things that he does.
Yeah.
So, but that's part of my point. You have to have someone like Sandbox had a guy on the team of Sandbox doing daily videos every day.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
And then the full team did a weekly AMA. Same thing. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So back to Illuvium. That was one of that was probably the #1 game I was most pumped about.
Sure.
That and then
because I mean they were talking about that game way prior to DFK's release, and they had hype. They had hype like a year before.
Right. And so why
DFK.
create a token and do all that?
Huh?
Why do that?
I mean, I agree. There was some.
The VC,
I don't know. And like again, I was part of that airdrop, but I didn't invest any in like the coin itself. You know what I mean? Like I signed up and was part of like the Discord early, so I got in on some of this stuff. But I mean, like what were those ones that was like Ronin, right? That one fizzled out super fast. Like there's a lot of these guys that are like, we're gonna have a cool game, but we're gonna release the coin first, and it's like
I know, right? And they're all no, dude. I was in so many. I was following all the gamer guys and Alex Becker.
Yeah.
And I made a lot on that and then lost. I mean, I've been so wrecked, obviously, in gaming, crypto gaming.
Most of them have all sucked.
Most of it is a VC rug pull. Heavy VCs that get it for a fraction of a whatever, and then it pumps. Like Thetan Arena was the worst, and that's the one I was in the most, was Thetan Arena. So I'm salty from that still.
Fair enough.
This is hilarious what Trade Room said here.
Are you not on Twitch?
No, I'm not on Twitch.
Oh, we'll start a hashtag get Grady on Twitch. Oh yeah, I didn't understand your hand-eye speech.
Yeah, because it's like I've got this weird old desk and I need to probably rearrange everything, and it's like up high, so I have to like look up at the camera.
Oh, okay. What?
Oh man, yeah, but golly, so much. We got Giacomo. I'm so glad you came on. And
yeah, dude.
Everyone,
I had to come on. You kept railing my comments.
Hey, I love it. I had to. It's like I can't help it. So that's another reason why it probably, for me to be like hired and paid money by the team, I mean, maybe they could figure out a way to throw me locked Jewel or something, but anything else besides that, it's like I'm such a blaze your own trail guy. Like I have to, but no one ever, in my mind, right? No one ever gets it. So I just got to go off and start my own business and do it my way.
Well, maybe that's a better way, because then, well, I don't want to. No, I get very nervous about saying advice and stuff like that. But I think the team would be very hesitant on having someone independent. An independent individual making comments on the game. You know what I mean? Like they're going to be hesitant on that because.
No, I'm not saying independent. I'm still saying I'll be a part of the team and still follow guidelines. On the team.
But they're not going to let you. They're not going to let you say negative things then if you're part of the team. And I think you don't say it often, but if something's going wrong, you like to call it out, and like you're very transparent on your stream.
Totally,
you say like I don't like this or I don't like that.
I do it in a cool way though. It's not in a way.
No, but I think that's part of you being genuine though, and why people tune into the stream, because you say what is on your mind. You know what I mean? And I think the team would be nervous to sign someone up without some sort of guarantee. You know what I mean?
100. I already know that. Like Dreamer especially.
Oh yeah.
Frisky would be more open to it, but not Dreamer. And so, but yeah, so it would have to be done in a way where yes, I'm officially a part of the team type thing, but I'm unofficially also. So
that's just a legal nightmare. I'm just going to tell you that. Nobody wants that, okay?
What do you mean?
Nobody wants an official, unofficial team member with a YouTube channel saying whatever they want.
Listen, unofficial in the sense of it's not what I'm saying isn't necessarily officially from Frisky.
Okay.
I'm just a guy.
So it's all right. So it'd be Crypto Grady brought to you by Kingdom Studios.
Right, and then
there you go.
That would give me the ability to, like, for example, reach out to George as DeFi,
because you have their backing. So yes,
reach out to George, reach out to Hustle, get on those channels, talk about DeFi Kingdoms.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's my job, right? That's what I do. Like,
so what? All right. Sorry. So let's just play this out a little bit. What if one of those guys who we know are less informed and are kind of obnoxious make negative or FUD comments about DFK? Like, how are you going to respond to that?
Oh man, it would be like, all right.
Well, I don't know, though. We don't want you to be combative, though. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be a positive. You have to like shut it down without being, don't be aggressive, is what I mean. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But guys like the High Indian, for example, was actually getting paid by the team and Climb Crypto. They were getting paid by the team. Okay, and the High Indian was Climb Crypto. I think is still good and still believes in the project, but he has his doubts too. Like, he's real skeptical of the team. Like it, but I still think he's a pro DeFi Kingdoms guy. But High Indian fudded the project hardcore and left after getting paid by the team. So yeah, the team is real hesitant to do that.
Yeah, I mean that would make them,
and so,
but all right. But anyways, how would you respond?
We're
sponsored by the team.
I reached out to High Indian like 5 times, commented on his videos, been like, hey, come on to my channel. Let's have a debate on DeFi Kingdoms.
Yeah.
I could do the same thing as a member of the DeFi Kingdoms team.
Yeah.
Totally. And still maybe, I'd have to be more careful.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Is like, what precautions are you going to take? Because again, I feel like you're like, the reason people tune in is that you speak from the heart and you're very authentic and genuine. And I think whether that's positive or negative, that's how you cast, and that's why everyone tunes in, because it's engaging. Now, if you were to be supported by the team and the team said like, hey, you have to always do X, Y, and Z, would that slow down your genuineness?
Yeah, see, I can't help it but be...
I know, exactly. And that's why I bet they're hesitant,
So that's where it probably, right. That, and I'm not sure it would ever work. So I've said this, and I've said the same thing 50 times.
Yeah.
So if you've watched my past streams, and like my takeaway from Miami was, if this is ever going to work, it'll take a while to work.
Yeah.
The team would probably have to really we'd have to get to know each other.
Yeah.
Really well.
Well, and I think it's very clear. Again, I think that's one of your flaws. It's a flaw and it's a gift and a curse. That you are very straightforward. You're very genuine, and you're very in your face, and it's so much fun to watch, and that's why everybody tunes in. But also, it's scary for the team, I think.
Well, it's scary, especially for a dude like a
dreamer.
Yeah. Okay, but it's also okay. It can also put people like in a cocoon where they're not free to be their best self. If there's too much power given to a guy like a dreamer, whereas Frisky is way more loosey-goosey, right? He's way more just live and let live and let his people do their thing. So that's actually a good combination. Okay. So
I think they work well together.
Because Dreamer helps rein in Frisky's willy-nilliness on that front, as far as.
Well, you can tell in some of the AMAs, Frisky's like, we wanna take over and make the metaverse and like be the biggest thing ever, and then Dreamer's like, we're just glad everyone's here supporting us. So
it's like you need that.
Exactly. Yeah.
They have to be able to recognize, like you just said, it's a strength and a weakness of mine, like a massive weakness of mine.
Yeah.
Is I have a hard time working for anyone because they usually suck, and I could do it better.
That's 100%. 100% true.
So it's like, now if I work for someone who's awesome, or so I've always just had to go start my own thing and be the best. Not only just start it, but be the best. Like, be the best insurance agent there is, and best, car dealer was a big one because they're all so damn shady.
Yeah.
I started my car dealership just because I was so pissed off that all car dealers are shady.
Oh,
And it drove me nuts.
that
And I'm
seems like a
I'm
very
actually
uphill battle.
inspired.
I'm not gonna lie. Like,
What's that?
like I'm gonna defeat the shadiness like in this industry all on my own. It
I
seems
did,
like
baby.
a uphill battle. You
Yeah.
know.
Well, no, I did it. I had
There you go. Hey, congrats.
100% positive feedback on eBay, 250. So I sold 250 cars on eBay.
Nice.
And 250 and plus, off the lot or whatever, but
Sure.
and maintained 100% positive feedback at the time when they changed it to where I wasn't able to leave them negative feedback. I had like no recourse. If someone wanted to leave me a negative, I couldn't do anything about it even.
Yeah.
And I still maintain, like, nobody at that point was maintaining 100% positive feedback. And it was just because I had a mechanic who was the bomb, and we fixed everything every time and never, and I was just transparent, open book,
Yeah.
honest. And so, yeah. Okay. Anything else? I kind of feel like you and Vibes was misunderstanding what I was saying.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
To a certain degree, but yes. I'll say this too, Grady. We disagree about stuff that's so little. We both love this game and we love this team. Like, we have little arguments, but like they're bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? We still love DFK and we love the team. You know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm the biggest believer in this team ever.
Oh yeah, totally. Well, and I think also too, this is something I want to emphasize that you've sort of said too, of like, people complaining about DFK being like the community being a cult and like being like so into it. Like, I complain about stuff that I don't like on our blog side chat, on our stream.
Yeah.
And I think other streams and other people in the community like voice their opinions of like, hey, we don't like how you're doing X, Y, and Z, and we're not just like everything's great all the time. Everything's great. We love it. Like, we're very open about it. I think that's like one reason why it's not, in my opinion, a cult. Like, you know what I mean? I think they're and the team is open to listening to that. You know?
Yes, the team is very good at listening to the community. Like that was crazy when Thanopolis said what he said on my stream.
Well, I made a comment. I'm pretty sure it was on ADFK, and I'll check with Raph. But Thanopolis went on and said like he thought team should have taken more VC money. And if you remember when it was like a dark time when it was like not looking good, and like the team had said in the AMAs that like they're potentially looking at VC money and stuff like that, and then they eventually kind of pulled away from that. And made a deal. And I think there was
with you.
Yeah, and I'm glad they did that. And I think that's why Thanopolis was so sour, is because he wanted someone to come in, some Superman, Mark Cuban, and like save the day and stuff like that, which I think would not have been a good move at that point for the team.
And that I think is probably true, but he was just like complaining about even the developers, not.
Really?
He was saying like Born to Die 007 created this awesome website.
Sure.
Right? When you click on a card, you can.
It's awesome. Yeah.
You can read, their abilities.
Oh, super cool. Yeah.
And he's just like, the team should have done this months ago.
Sure. Yeah.
They just, I don't know what they do. I don't know what they're doing. Like, he was just dogging them on all fronts. It was like, well, okay, it's different.
Well, and like, there's been complaints of like that they could do better with displaying more things on the card, and I think that the team knows
they're
that.
Working on it. They're
working on it. Yeah.
Beetle Dude's got it, baby.
Yeah.
They did it.
But again, that's the whole point of like they take criticism,
Right. It's so much harder to make this update that like when Born to Die, he makes updates faster than I can get a cheeseburger to McDonald's drive-through on this thing, right? But to do that on the blockchain is a totally different monster.
Yeah.
Hey, so Turtle Meme Lover, you won a hero.
Oh,
so
nice.
Hit me up on Discord, baby. You won that. Link. Shout out to Link. Provided a rare Gen 1 Pirate 10 out of 10, baby.
Oh, shit. That's awesome.
Yeah. So, okay. So hopefully, I'm glad. I haven't seen Turtle Meme Lover in forever. Okay, what else was I gonna say? So back to Illuvium.
Yeah.
I've got hopes that it'll be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, they talk a big game. I
Yeah.
think, and I've had some complaints just personally. You know, I'm way less invested in Illuvium than I'm in DFK.
I just don't trust it. I don't trust it. Yeah.
But like they've done some stuff of like, hey, yeah, this is going to be out by this date, and then they're like, oh, you know what, we're going to delay. And here's such a difference from DFK to these guys. They're like, hey, there's going to be a delay. It might be out next month. End of message. That's it. End of message. Where DFK says,
Right.
hey guys, listen, there's this problem with the Clay network where you need a 1 second finish, and like we have like X, Y, and Z that like doesn't have a 1 second finish, and like so that's what we're working on, and we're talking to their people, and our people are talking to their people, and like we're trying to work it out, which is like so much more information from instead of Illuvium's like, hey, you know what? It's delayed.
Yeah.
It's delayed. Sorry.
But at least Illuvium coming out and saying it's delayed is still better than what most other people are doing.
True. Well, that's what I mean. It's like, you know, and then the DFK team is still the best by a million.
What's so crazy is when people are bitching that the team doesn't listen to the community and doesn't like when people say the team doesn't communicate. I even think Thanopolis said the team doesn't communicate. He said something along those lines. And I'm like, look, they give an hour.
That's ridiculous.
At least.
Yeah.
And they do their best. They're just doing their best.
And honestly, most of them are on the Discord. Every once in a while, you'll get Frisky to respond on the Discord and stuff like that. Like
literally, and I made videos about it over and over and over again.
Yeah. Well, and Workhorse, I mean, I know it's different, you know, wisdom, but like Workhorse is on that one, you know, stream all the time. Mirror thread, whatever.
Yeah. It's phenomenal.
Oh, by the way, did you get your guy?
Oh man, I still need to go on and get it. I'm gonna get my bloaters, baby. Hey, it's
he's pretty. I'm not gonna lie. He's sadder looking than I thought he would be. He looks sad. I mean, I know that's the point, but
he does. But it's supposed to look that way.
I know. He's so sad looking.
You just want to kind of punch him.
I know. Originally, I was like, no, I never would. But now you see him, and you're like, oh, I hate this guy. But like, you love hate him. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
mine just came in, so
I love it. I'm gonna get some for sure. And I should have already. I love it. So Swiss Crypto guy came on. This is Karakit, and he had some giveaways on the channel, baby.
Oh, nice.
Whale catering is definitely questionable. I feel like they disincentivize people to be whales. That's always fine.
I don't know about that.
I mean, as a whale, the whole mechanism of the game is always working against me. But I bought all the heroes to like win the contests and do stuff.
Dude, I don't know. I gotta push back on that. That's ridiculous.
Okay. Let's hear it. I
mean, like just numbers wise, if you have 100 heroes and I have 10 heroes and we both decide to sell at the same time, you're gonna make way more money. I mean, regardless of hero quality, you know what I mean? Like you're just in a position to make more hypothetically at any given point in time.
Well, I think when people complain about the whale stuff, like I've heard a lot of people complain to the team about how much they love the whales and stuff like that.
Well, I mean,
the team loves the whales. Like I don't feel like I ever got any love from the team.
Well, leaderboards were
So I like
whales.
I put my money where my mouth was.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I aped in. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on the game. Okay, but mostly in liquidity. Okay, was my hundreds of thousands of dollars was in the liquidity. Okay, I bought the heroes to compete for the contests. That's why I ponied up and bought the heroes, was to battle like essentially in the contest. And then it was like all the mechanics came to like disincentivize me to buy more heroes and do all that. And it's not like I've ever gotten any love. That's my only point. It's like
I think
it's
hypothetically, like leaderboards 100% were catered towards whales. I mean, I know they stopped doing those and stuff like that.
Well, but then they did like the regular stamina stuff.
Yeah, they kind of, yes, I understand that. But like, like duels right now, I mean, hypothetically, if you have more heroes, I'm assuming you have better heroes than I do, and you're going to do better at the duels. And you could do more duels more often than I could with my fewer amount of heroes. So, I mean...
You can do more duels more often?
Yeah, if you have double the amount of heroes I have. You know what I mean?
Well, I guess if you had a bot, you mean.
Well, yeah, let's say both of us had a bot that could do that have the same per duel per minute. If you have 1,000 heroes and I have 100 heroes, you're going to be doing way more, you know what I mean? Like just numbers wise.
I guess with a bot, I mean, I've never used a bot for dueling. I think
I haven't either, but
yeah, Helper can do that, right?
No, yeah, I can.
Okay. So yeah, otherwise I can just do one duel.
But I'm just saying, numbers wise, you could just bust out more because you have more heroes. You know.
Well, I mean, but even when I was competing for the contest, I couldn't, like, the beast heroes were not available for sale. So
interesting.
For the longest time, I was manually questing, competing for the contest. For one, sulking in my bed from getting destroyed with Luna.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
So, right, and Phantom.
I'm so happy I was not part of
the
Luna.
Phantom, and everything. But then when the bridge hack happened, that was really bad too for me because I had so much liquidity in there, and I didn't even get it. I didn't even know what the hell was going on.
Yeah. I remember I was messaging a guy and friends, and we were just like, wait, what is happening? And it's like there was no way to check the actual numbers because the peg was lost. Like the charts didn't make any sense.
Right.
So you had no way of knowing what was happening actually, for a while.
After having lost most of my money, I actually sent in a bunch of money.
Well, that wasn't
oh man, if I send in, I think I sent in 8,000 USDC or something.
Oh, jeez.
Thinking that I was it was
because the peg was off, so the numbers were off.
So it took me several hours to realize.
Yeah.
That it was depegged, and then I panicked and just used all the money I had in the game to just buy up all the heroes. Because I even thought Jewel was depegging. I didn't even get. I just.
Sure. It was weird. It was a weird time. But also, I think that's. I don't know if that was the best move, but I feel like that's safe because we know the heroes are gonna have value later. So
yeah. So but it took. I remember it took several months, competing for the contest and stuff.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, there was a level 11 ninja, and I was like,
yeah, that's nice.
I'd never even seen a level 11, and I bought it. And then later, a level 15 thief, which, that thief is a monster.
Yeah,
it's still my best hero by a mile.
Yeah.
And then that archer, who's also a monster. And so, but what was weird is when I first bought the ninja, that was my prized hero.
Mm-hmm.
He quested, so all the contests, even if I stam potted him, which... It was he just performed poorly. So I was I didn't get it. What's going on? The team's working against me. I always felt like the game. I don't know.
That's tough. I don't know. I feel like that's tough.
Disincentivized to be a whale. I guess I'll say that.
I think.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, and
yeah.
These I'm not trying to downplay your complaints, but I just feel if I've gone from right now I'm at the most I've ever had. I have 50 heroes right now, and I'm very proud of that. So I'm definitely a smaller wallet than yours, and and I think I I'm excited. I have 2 heroes at level 11, and like I'm super pumped. I love them. They're my favorite. And I think I don't know. I only have lesser crystals that I win in the raffles that I use for level ups and stuff like that. So like I think whales can literally just go on the market and buy greater crystals hypothetically, or you have greater crystals from a Gen Zero reroll or from Perilous Journey,
No,
where
I
you were
mean,
able to send more heroes than I could, you know.
right.
So
For
like
months.
there are certain advantages that you have for
Yeah.
you know having a bigger wallet. But I understand. I mean, these complaints are real. You know, I'm not trying to downplay that, but I just feel like I'm never gonna have those problems that you have. You know, like I don't know.
Well, but you could if you wanted to. I mean, the
No, I
hero-
can't. Like I don't have the income in my real life that I could just dump $1,000
like for
into this.
$1,000, you can.
Well, I mean,
buy
I shouldn't say that because
and
yeah.
hundreds of heroes. Like
But
this.
I should say every dollar I've put into this game,
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with it going to zero, and like I will not be affected in my life. You know what I mean? Like so, and that's where I'm kind of at, and I don't know if I'm ready to go further than that of like risking more. You know? So
Right.
I mean,
But I did go further than that.
yeah.
No, seriously.
No,
I
I'm
put my money where my mouth is,
yeah.
and you know,
I mean, I think it's hard to say. I don't want to discourage you. Like I also do believe in this game. I don't know if I'm ready to do something like that. Just in crypto in general, regardless of what it is.
Yeah.
You know, I'm confident that this game is going to blow up, and any investment I put in it will have returns in the end. You know, I think that, but I don't know. I don't know if I would tell people to, you know, sell their house and buy heroes. You know, like I don't know what the move is to say. You know.
right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. So this isn't a thought I've had in a long time, but I just remember months ago, just feeling like, man. Like, but I would hear people say they are always catering to the whales, and I'm like, how are they catering to the whales? So that always threw me off because I always actually felt like before I was a part of the community, I wasn't on Discord.
Yeah.
I was doing all this and I didn't know anybody.
Yeah.
It was so crazy, except like YouTubers I would watch. And I just remember when I first jumped into the community, like on Discord, or like even on YouTube, I'd hear people say that, like the team loves the whales, and I remember thinking, wait, I'm considered at least a hero whale.
Oh, you're a whale, Grady.
Yeah, I mean back then, Mr. Zipper was doing those weekly.
Right. Were you on those lists?
At one point, I was the largest single.
Yeah.
You know, and I was like,
it.
oh, and I didn't even know that people had like 50 wallets, you know, of heroes.
Oh yeah.
And but it was so funny. But I always felt appreciated by Mr. Zipper. He did say, thank you, whales, for buying all the heroes and buying, like, it's good for the ecosystem, right?
No, yeah, totally. I think there's a weird balance that's hard. It's hard for everyone to be happy, but you do need some people who are putting more money in, and you need more people that are medium-ish, you know, putting money in for the whole thing to work. You know, it's not going to work if we don't have that whole kind of spectrum. You know,
right. And I was like using crystals, leveling every single one of my heroes every time. And
I was going to say, well,
gosh,
you said crystals, but I was thinking, do you see crystal was dropping today?
I know, dude. It's at
0.08? 0.087?
I know.
That is so low.
Dude, it's so weird. Jewel is at 19 cents.
Interesting. That makes me want to sell my jade, to be honest.
Yeah. No, it's not a bad time, I would say.
Oh, man.
At some point.
Why is that happening?
There's still going to be demand, right, there's definitely still going to be demand for the jade. But
I mean, are people still selling their crystal to move into jade? Because I think that was what the original.
Yeah, there's just the
Right?
only buy pressure right now that did come that I thought would help hold Crystal is the duels
Yep.
and hatching eggs, because we know that pets are coming. And
Yep.
so I'm bullish on that, like pumping. As far as pets, eggs, tiers are gonna, it costs so much in tiers. It's really expensive to hatch eggs, man.
Yeah.
And that the tiers just keep going up, 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 up. And so when green pets go live, which is right around the corner, I think,
they said it's soon.
Yeah. And Profession 10 level quests, look out. Tiers are gonna pump. So hatching the eggs is a fee in Crystal. So I can't quite, but other than that, duels maybe just isn't super significant. It's basically sell pressure for Crystal because of the Gen Zero raffles to get into Jade and the pool.
Yeah, well, I understand the initial, like when Serendil 2.0 went live, the Crystal sale, but I feel like at this point, I feel like it's still trending down from that same event, and that confuses me because I feel like there should have been a moment where it either leveled off or came back up.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's just continued to slowly go down. Which is interesting because hypothetically, I mean, eventually they're going to be the same, right? You can either, duels will eventually open up in Jade or in Clayton and Serendale, and like everything will be parity. So like they'll level off hypothetically.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, they did a teeny bit with when it was Crystalvale and Serendale, but like
right. And so the emissions shouldn't be that, the emissions aren't that crazy. It's not like there's people just dumping a bunch of Crystal emissions, but maybe, I guess, like,
Yeah.
You don't earn a ton of Crystal, but look at, like, more of it gets unlocked. Oh, I'm in the wrong account. More of it gets unlocked.
Right. Yeah.
So, and people are mining their locked Crystal, I suppose, but I have so way much more locked Jade. Like I just don't have.
Yeah, just from the new gardens are amazing right now. Or were the kind of the first weeks. They're still pretty good now, but
right. But I mean, these APRs aren't that crazy. There's not a ton of in the pools.
Yeah.
So I feel like, I was trying to figure out why the heck though of all things is jewel dumping. Like it just is maddening to me.
That is wild.
What is going on there? It's down. It's dumped some more.
I mean, you heard the most recent AMA. If it goes on, Binance and Coinbase, like Jewel gets listed, that'd be wild. I feel like.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. That's like January, February.
If Jewel got listed on a Coinbase and a Binance, oh man, look out.
Yeah.
Because the market cap is so low, but it's, thank God they're never going to do leverage trading or derivatives.
I mean, I don't think they will either, but like,
yeah, Dreamer is the risk manager.
He is.
That's his strength. Like that's his strength.
Yeah. The guy's an executive. The guy's a pro.
But when it comes to sales and marketing, that's a weakness, right? So it's a strength and a weakness at the same time. That's my point.
I guess so.
100%.
Let me tell you, I'll say this.
Someone who doesn't get sales would say anything else. Like
so when I was in law school, and I don't like talking about like being a lawyer. I hate people that do that, but this is a story that relates to you, Grady. Yeah. When I was in law school, contracts is one of the classes you take when you're in your first year, and it's all about obviously contracts and what makes them legal and stuff like that. And 99% of every contract problem was a salesman selling something that like he didn't have the product, or like something he said in his sales pitch, like something. It's always the salesman who fuck up the contracts in every hypothetical. And I'm like, this can't be real. Like this is obviously law school hypotheticals. It's not real life. And then I talk to some people who are really salesmen, and it's like, salesmen will do whatever to get the sale.
Right, and a lot of sales guys are willy-nilly with details.
Yes, which is exactly the problem.
You know, the brown gent's got his spreadsheets for every single summon he's ever done.
I mean, I believe it. Yeah.
Sales guys won't.
Hey, I got spreadsheets too. Okay.
Oh yeah, baby.
But yeah, the sales guys and the sales and legal are just like they butt heads constantly.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the challenge of a business owner is okay. Here's what you want: is people doing what they're great at and what they love to do, not doing even if they're good at something, but they don't like doing it. That's not good. So you got to construct as a business owner.
Sure. Yeah.
Construct recognizing all the different personality types and what you need in your business and the strengths and weaknesses, and get everybody doing what they're great at and love doing. Right. So you don't. I've tried a million times to have your CSR customer representative type person be a salesman. That's like trying to have a round peg through a square hole. It's not what they're good at, and they don't like it either. Yeah. They don't even want to do it. It just stresses them out, and life is miserable.
Yeah.
And so creating a lot of time, like I had to have a personal assistant for my partner, my cousin, because he's the worst type A willy-nilly type guy. And even like he considered me an OCD, spread. He looks at me as like the spreadsheet guy. Like that's how type A he is. When actually I'm the same way. I need a spreadsheet guy. I need an organizer. I need someone to schedule my day for me. I need personal assistance.
Yeah, that's not type. Type A is someone who does it on their own. You're type B.
Well, a type A type guy tends to be more willy-nilly.
No, what? What? That's the opposite of what type A means. Type A is the guy who's like, everything has to be meticulous and perfect. Type B is a person who's willy-nilly. Like you're right, but I think you're just putting the wrong definition on the things
we're talking about.
Okay.
Okay. Because
I understand what you're saying, though. Yes, I understand.
Yeah. So, I mean, from years ago, I would talk on this all the time about your type A type guy. So maybe we just have a different.
Maybe I have a different definition.
The type A type guy is your business guy. Now, the thing with the type A type guy is that he wants it to be all just right, and he has these expectations, and he'll even talk as if he is a detailed type person.
Oh, I see.
Not.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
He's horrible at it.
Okay.
So like my dad is the ultimate of that. My dad, if you got to know him, he's an architectural engineer and an architect.
Super smart guy, yeah.
Yeah, and he is like, he was going to be a scientist. Like he went to school to be a scientist. IQ's out the roof.
Architect is a type of scientist, in my opinion. But okay, yeah.
You would think he's super OCD, like
that
type guy, but actually, when it comes down to it, he's willy-nilly, man. And so I remember it hit me when I realized how willy-nilly my dad is. But you never think that.
No, an architect, you'd be like,
Right. So I would be like, Dreamer would view me as a loose cannon in the mind of a risk reducer dreamer. That's right, Ryan. You got it. I think your YouTube channel.
I think he commented this when we were talking about this. Yeah.
Yes. And so that I always had my reserves, even from day one when I was talking to Frisky, but I just know that I could plug and play into the team and we would just blow up and be monstrous.
No, I mean, I agree. I think there'd have to be something
right
that like for Dreamer to get on board with that, there would need to be some agreement made that you might not like, of like, I don't know what it would look like.
I won't talk bad about the team if I leave. That's a character issue, though. That's another big
I know, that's iffy. And I think they would want that. They'd want you because you're genuine, right? And that's part of the package when you sign up for Crypto Grady. This is what you get. I think they know that, at least.
Like open book to a fault.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's what the scary part is for people like Dreamer, I think.
That's very scary.
Yeah.
But I would say in general, as a core value, the team is very open book.
Yeah, no, they are. Yeah.
But there's still, and I would say that's the key to success in business. But I have fun debating on that one because there's a lot of people that think they're all crafty.
Yeah.
And play their bullshit games.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I think too, like, Bogside signed up for the artist NPC. I hope you did too. And like they said in all the documents and stuff like that, like they didn't want to change the content of what we were doing. Like they had no requirements in terms of anything. Like you could just say whatever you want. I mean, obviously, if it was if you were just shitting on it constantly, I don't know if they would approve you. But like, if you have little complaints here and there, I think they're okay with that. Like,
Okay, so did they have any stipulations?
No, they're very
None.
Well, I mean, they looked into us and like went to the channel and viewed some. I would assume viewed some of our videos and stuff and got a piece of it and like we're always straightforward and say like, hey, we don't like X, Y, and Z.
I know you always haven't. Even so much so that I remember one time you pissed me off, but like way early when I first was listening to you, and I'm like, I totally forgot what it was.
Yeah, whatever.
It was a long time. It's been a while.
Yeah,
but I remember like he's not even into this game. Like, I'll tell you what. But then I stuck with you guys. I came back.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You guys are one of my favorite channels. You're always welcome on this channel.
No, I love it.
It is about freaking time you came on.
I know.
It's been, and I can't tell you how glad I was that you took your stand and you stood up.
Of course.
Yeah, we need that. See, we need the healthy debates.
Of course, 100%. I agree.
So yeah, that's where I was going. So when you talk about a cult,
good point. Yep.
You can't have a cult where like people have accused me of being like a cult Kool-Aid drinker of DeFi Kingdoms, like DeFi Kingdoms can do no wrong.
Yeah.
Like, so it's funny. This is like the first night I've ever had pushback.
Oh yeah.
From people thinking like I was fudding the project or something. Yeah. So I'm usually like considered a fanboy, or whatever. That's like a mindless follower.
I don't think that, but that's because I watch your stream pretty regularly. But yeah. I'm actually believe that it's actually the best team in all of crypto that I've ever seen by far. And it's actually, they're phenomenal in every way. And I love everything. And so I've had to explain that so many times too. So when I believe in something because of their core values and all the different aspects about the team, I'm like shouting from the rooftops, and people think I worship. I've been accused in the past of worshiping people, like being too into people and different things. But when someone's like malicious or just dishonest, and I'm like their worst enemy. It's like can go both ways. It just as viciously. I think that's a strength and a weakness, but more often than not, it's a weakness. I think there were certain individuals on Twitter that only wanted attention to FUD and to bring people down and just wanted the clicks and the views and didn't actually know anything about the project or didn't actually like do any research. And to be honest, they had their 15 minutes of fame. It ended, and we're over it. And good riddance, because they can't come back now a year later, or not a year, but you know what I mean. Like months later and be like, oh, it's still bad. Like, no one's going to listen to you at this point. We're all moved on. So
right. And then
they're gone and we're good at this point.
When when they just see, when Jules kicking ass, and they see that the project's legit and they're developing, they'll FOMO back in.
Mm-hmm.
That will be something I'll have to, because
if okay, that would be interesting, Grady. So in let's say like 4 or 5 months in the future, the team has agreed to sponsor you. So now it's Crypto Grady, brought to you by Kingdom Studios, and somebody like Petrify, I don't know if you know who that was on Twitter, says he'll come on your podcast to discuss DFK with you.
Right.
Are you going to be able to have him on and not be super aggressive with him and chill and talk about how DFK is legit?
Oh yeah, I can be.
Even if he's still FUD and negative and toxic, anybody. You can handle it?
Say anybody, even the worst of them.
I think Petrify is the worst of them.
Unless they're like really malicious. So that's when.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Like if you saw my little debate I had with Thanopolis.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I know it got heated.
Yeah, but it was cool.
It wasn't like, yeah.
No, so it just kind of depends. So, but if it was somebody malicious, I bite down, or someone that is like has evil intent with what they're doing, I become a pit bull, man. So that is where, and I think I even talked to Frisky about that, just open book. This is where I can see it being an issue.
Yeah. Which is like, I mean, it's kind of fair because
I've dealt with the same thing, man. I owned an insurance company that I started from scratch.
Right, but I hope you wouldn't go after insurance customers as hard as you go after Twitter fudders.
Right.
I mean, Twitter fudders don't deserve any respect. I hope you give respect to insurance customers.
Yeah. So, but, so one of the, I think it was Allstate, actually. Allstate, they almost discontinued their relationship with me because I had several companies that I represented. Allstate was one of them, and they almost discontinued their contract with me because I was, even politically, I would spend lots of time researching and writing extensive articles in a real tactful way and stuff all the time. And all that was such a waste to even try. It's like wasting my breath. So I'll tell you. But as far as I'm not worshiping the team, and I'm not.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
It's not a cult.
I agree with that too. And
real authentic. But anytime, if we have issues, right? So like when I talked about all this with Dreamer already in Miami, okay? And Dreamer knows that I love him.
Yeah.
So and I talk about this all the time. People get on there and bitch at the team. And I'm always like, let the bitching begin. Here we go. Yeah. Like I was giving on the channel a heads up that we'll probably have a delay of Serendale 2.0 the day before they mentioned.
I remember, I remember you calling that out, I think. Like,
yeah. And that's okay.
It's fine. Yeah, exactly.
We're used to it. It's crypto. Let them do it right. Yes. I'm expecting it. 100%. Don't get your hopes up too high. Like even with Workhorse, there's so much pressure on the poor guy.
Yeah.
Don't get your hopes up. So if you have a complaint, in order for their ears to be opened and they can hear you, in order to be heard, right, they have to know that you appreciate them. Like if you just sit there and bitch at them, their walls go up and they won't hear you.
Yeah.
So, and they'll just get discouraged and want to give up on the project, which happens a lot in crypto.
I mean, I don't think these guys would, but I understand what you're saying.
Nope. Frisky almost did.
I know.
He almost had he thought he was having a heart attack.
I think, well, by the way, I should have said that. Your interview with him, I thought was excellent. I thought that was like one of the best And like I know, like we talked about it, like the blog side guys talked about it, like just amongst us, and we were saying like, well, we didn't get any like PvP like alpha, and I'm like, no, there's so much good stuff in there. Like, yeah, maybe there wasn't like game theory crafting stuff, but like just like the insight on how Frisky works, how like what he went through, like holy shit, like it makes me appreciate him so much. Like I love him. Now I sound like a cult. Now I sound like I'm in a cult.
Right. No, so even after talking to Hubert, I just realized all the more Frisky was a lot of the genius behind the game, like behind the foundational pieces of the game. And Hubert kind of came in and like perfected it.
Yeah.
Is my understanding. So I think Frisky was so vital to this project. Without Frisky, it probably would have died.
Well, and I've said this. I think I've said this on the podcast before, but like,
yeah,
Frisky could, I think even today, walk away a multimillionaire. But like even like especially when Jewel was at like $20 or whatever when it hit like its peak, Frisky could have walked away a multimillionaire and have said, "See you later, guys." There would have been no legal recourse. That's just how the cookie crumbles. He could have walked away at any time and called it a day and lived out his life on an island somewhere. You know what I mean? Like he could have done that multiple times. I think he probably could still do it right now, even with Jewel as low as it is. But the fact that he's so dedicated and is doing it and putting himself in the ringer like so thoroughly, I think shows he's committed to this. And I think that's such a huge plus. I feel like to the project that he's like leading the charge.
I know
he's still in it.
And I'm glad. I hope he took a little vacation.
Oh,
he needed it. Yeah, I mean, that stresses me out because he's got a family and kids, and it's real life. Yeah. Like he's a real life human being. He's just a
wait.
person.
What? No.
Like,
is he really? Is he? Are you sure?
Expectations that people put on.
No, I know.
Like,
yeah.
Goodness gracious. Okay. So will Jewel outperform ETH? So I think Jewel, if the game succeeds,
there's a potential.
I think that Jewel could outperform ETH by the magnitude of 100.
I don't know about that. That's a bold claim.
No,
I think they could be on par. I mean, I don't know. It depends on how Bitcoin and Ethereum play out. The relationship between those two. Who knows? So there's too many outside factors to make a claim like this. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
So I'm a believer that Jewel has a true blue 1000x potential.
I mean, I do too.
More, even more.
Yeah, you're suggesting more. I'm suggesting yes. I think it could hit on par with Ethereum, but I don't know about outperforming it by 100. That's insane.
1000x. So I'm not saying 100x, 1000x.
Okay.
So I actually think that Jewel has potential to reach $1,000. I think we have potential for $1,000 Jewel one day.
Oh, baby. I mean,
baby. So that's like my 10-year price prediction if the game succeeds.
That's fair.
So, for real.
Well, that was a joke. I made this joke when we first started doing this stuff of like, when can I quit my job and just play DFK as my job? I mean,
hey, as an early adopter, I would say you're early.
I know
in the game. It just has so much potential.
Yeah.
Including, so Heroes, somebody was saying, I think it was Brisman or someone said Heroes, like he's getting out of Heroes. And I would say once we have more people coming into the game, if the game, so it's either the game's going to succeed or it's going to fail. Like if it succeeds and does well, and we have, if we could just get back to something like, I think there is something like 100,000 or close to 100,000 people in the game. I don't know if there's actually that many people who owned Heroes. But if we hit that number and there is a demand for the Heroes, just imagine, like right now, there's something like 1,500 daily active users, I think on a good day.
Yeah.
Imagine if that was 100,000 or 1 million daily active users. Just imagine
Well, that's something. So going back to Illuvium, there's a guy who does YouTube videos for Illuvium called, his name is Scoriex, because that's the name of one of the characters in the game. But he would do projections of Illuvium based on World of Warcraft, saying, if we were to hit World of Warcraft numbers, this is what potentially you can make per day, which is like something very cool. Maybe I should look into doing that for DFK. And like the daily average users for World of Warcraft is like 3 million. So like if you price it out, if DFK could become as popular as World of Warcraft, which I understand is an insane sentence, but like that would be 3 million, individual
3
users
million,
per
baby.
day. Like, that's not out of the realm, like that's not out of the realm
Possibility,
of conversation. And using the World of Warcraft model, then they had a suite of games. They had Hearthstone, and there was a MOBA. I forget what it was called, but like Blizzard has like a whole bunch of games that are under the title, and DFK has kind of like hinted at that with their like all these other third-party games and stuff like that. So like it's possible they could see World of Warcraft numbers. I mean, I don't know. That's bold, I know, but like.
No, I believe it.
Yeah.
And things like Roblox and
it's
nuts.
Yeah.
I don't know about daily active users, but they've like 30 million overall users. It's like insane.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Phenomenal. So I'm with you. Now, I even think they could have a TV show. So I saw
what
after the football game ended last night, they advertised a new cartoon TV show that looked just like DeFi Kingdoms heroes.
Really?
Anybody else?
It was the same like art style. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it was wild. It literally just was like, this is DFK, like in a cartoon. So I think they could have a TV show. I mean, so most centralized exchanges only make money from liquidating people, so going to be hard getting a bunch of exchange listings. Okay, so Coinbase makes their money just on charging you fees. And then like Binance.us, same. So Binance.us, there's no, those are like multi-billion-dollar revenue companies. So we don't need leverage.
Well, and
I'm so anti-leverage.
FTX,
If the government really cared about protecting us from crypto, that's your obvious first thing to do is outlaw the leverage.
Well, no, it's bullshit because, whatever. I don't want to get into that.
It is. Oh man, I love it.
But banks do that shit. Like regular finance people do that shit just as much. Again, I don't. That's a different.
No, talk about it. Dude, you're talking to the most anti-bank guy.
No, I mean, if you're pro crypto, you're anti. I hope everyone who's pro crypto is anti-bank because reasons. I don't need to get into that.
Right, because banks don't like. Eventually we'll have a bank run on U.S. dollars and they'll replace it.
No, it'll be all Bitcoin or hypothetically Ethereum would be better, but. Yeah.
Well, they'll replace it with like a CBDC.
Yeah, it'll be a bullshit like
USDC. It'll probably be.
Those are gonna die. No one's gonna buy into that. Like, where are they gonna get the liquidity for that? They're just gonna print money and then put it into.
They'll literally have access. I need to send you a video on this specifically.
That sounds like so corrupt and like bullshit.
Dude, I don't trust USDC.
Like a centralized crypto. Like,
they're so in with the government, and CZ is the only one that can stand up against them.
Well, I mean, hypothetically, shouldn't the technology, like the tech and like the blockchain, beat it? You know what I mean? Like the decentralized nature of it should be able to, we should be able to as a crypto community to do better than what they produce, right? Hypothetically, right? I mean. That's the golden. That's the whole reason why we all got into cryptos because we're like fuck regular finance, fuck banks. Like
I know it, right?
I mean, but like and I hope, but I don't know.
I know, man. I am so blessed that you came on this channel, dude.
Oh, sorry, man.
Came on tonight. This is so fun. I'm just trying to catch up.
Yeah, you're way behind on chat.
So, anyone, if you were in Big Sweaty D's in May, when the coin was pumping and everything, you had just the entire community crumbling. And you had guys like I Am George saying that Frisky Fox, it's not looking good. He's maybe a rug pull. And he said he doesn't think that DeFi Kingdoms will survive. So I Am George said all that. He said Frisky Fox is leaving the project. Okay, and you had a bunch of people saying all kinds of things about Frisky Fox that were false. Okay, so it caused me to, because it was so unbelievably, unjustifiably false, like it was so far opposite from the truth. But we're talking like 98% of the community left. And it was just devastating to the project. Then on top of that, we had the bridge hack happen. And a lot of people were freaking out. The sky was falling, that was going to be the, you know.
I think too, it was also very poor timing in that was the boom of like rug projects. Like,
I know.
Like literally, I think like 2 months before was like Squid Game coin and like that bullshit. Like there was so much, so many dumb projects that like, and like NFTs were at their peak when like everyone was saying they were dumb and like all they were was like just new profile picture projects. Like
right.
It was just bad timing for this like misunderstanding, which is what I call it, to happen. Like, yeah, it was just like weird timing, perfectly fit. Yeah.
It's literally just a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Like, what the heck? And so no one was giving anybody the benefit of the doubt. They were just, I call it like evil suspicion. They just always thinking.
No, just guys looking for attention. People looking to, like, put others down to get the hits.
Fall, like Matty Pesk is out, is shady. He's out to hit me. Every little thing you do. And it's like hyper critical.
Yep.
And there's still a lot of that out there. That's what. So every time I hear it, it's I literally can't even help it. It like, I'll be dead tired in bed and have no energy to even be alive today, and I'm dead. Mm-hmm. And then I hear that, and it's like, in here I come, starting. I'm like the watchdog of DeFi Kingdoms against the false FUD, especially like how it was so false. Like even if there is a little bit of truth to it, it's like,
well, that was the thing. Was like
truth.
Here was like the misunderstanding and like what happened, but like what people were saying were like 4 steps of logic away from like the actual reality, and like the actual reality, like I said, I think it was a misunderstanding. It could have been explained better. There could have been more transparency. There are problems and it sucked, but like, hey, it was a misunderstanding. When like the people online were saying like fucking Frisky shot someone in the face. And it's like, wait, what? That makes no sense compared to what we're actually talking about. Like,
I know. So they associated him with a previous project that he specifically left.
Yeah.
Because the core values weren't aligning. And so just
again, like it was a misunderstanding that just got taken so out of proportion, and it was just like people were looking for an out, and they used that, and they left.
Yeah, man. And so I had been in crypto for a long time, and I was like, wait a second. And I'm just like, all these other projects I've ever been a part of are terrible at communicating. So the complaints were slow development. Well, they built a freaking blockchain. Like, look how far they've come in just a year and a half. Their communication with the community is what stood out to me always. Like, you can't, if you try and go and get plugged in with Illuvium, for example, you'll never have a voice at all.
Well, I mean, I'd give them some credit. I think they're decent. Like, they have a Discord that's relatively active, but like it's nowhere near what DFK has.
Like, can you like reach out to the team and talk to them?
No. Like, there's mods. There's like, they have mods that are decent, that are like, approved, but like it's no like team members,
Yeah, and you'll never be able to.
But I think Illuvium does a little bit better job than like
your
average. But again, we're talking about exponentially
Yes.
DFK is like, but like Illuvium's a little bit better than your average,
Right. It probably is. Yeah. I mean, just the fact if they have a Discord channel and moderators, that alone is
No,
like,
totally.
ooh.
Yeah.
Because things like Fate and Arena, I reached out to the freaking team like 50 times and got.
Yeah, that sucks.
It was just, it was awful experience with Fate and Arena. And I became like a pro in the game and had like 50 grand.
Yeah.
So anyways, okay. I love you, man.
Yeah, I think I got it's 1:30 where I am, so I gotta go to bed.
Oh my gosh, don't tell me again. So 3 days in a row, it's like 5-hour long streams, man.
Yeah.
So crazy.
No, I love getting on. I will debate you on anything, Grady. You want to debate?
Anytime.
You're looking for a debate?
So I'll make it. I mean, pop the popcorn type debates. So having a guy like the High Indian on, pop the popcorn, baby. It'll be entertaining, fun. But also even within our own community, like
yeah, totally.
Anybody. So especially you have such a good posture about yourself.
Oh, thank you.
Perfect. Like
yeah.
You're like a brother. You guys are family. We're in the guild, baby. Totally. ADFK.
ADFK, baby.
Right, yes.
Oh, actually, well, I don't know if I can share this. Well, maybe a little hint. Okay. We got those T-shirts. Did you see those?
Ooh, I did.
Yeah, you got to get in on that. And Raph was talking about maybe getting some of those out there to the community. So
I love it.
Be on the lookout. We got some fun ADFK stuff coming out.
Man, I'm so pumped.
Yeah.
So I love what you guys are doing. Keep it up. We need to team up more. Even have a dogfight debate. So let me make it clear to everybody who's ever been on the channel. I am all about freedom of thought and expression. Freedom to disagree.
Yeah.
And I encourage, because these things need to get hashed out.
Yeah.
Right? Like, hey, it's all good. So you're always welcome to debate and disagree.
Love it.
And we're still brothers.
100%.
All right, guys. Crypto, Grady, out. And Matty Pesk with Bogside Chats. Make sure you follow that freaking channel, people. Let's go. I love it.